It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Each time I stayed all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
November the 9th, 2025. We are all the way up to NFL Week 10. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, coming to you live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is your first live look on Sunday morning, featuring the NFL wagering slate for this afternoon. And here we will be for the next 5 hours, breaking down every game, every wagering angle, looking to invest the minimum to make the maximum. And when I say the minimum to make the maximum, I mean that to the extreme, literally, where we could be putting down 25 cents and try to turn that into $500, $5 into $2,000, $10 into $8,000, whatever the case may be. He'll be scattered in all kinds of different increments with all kinds of different wagers, and we will come up with a bunch of fun stuff for us all to play for this afternoon. All right, and what you should do now is, if you're up this morning, grabbing your coffee or heading to the Home Depot here shortly, or getting ready to travel the interstates for the morning to try to beat traffic, or getting ready to head to your game at your local stadium or the stadium in your vicinity, then tune us in. We'll keep you company all morning long, and we'll give you plenty of insightful information as we go through this process. And that's what we're all about. With 65 combined years on both sides of the sports book, that gives us our qualifications to kind of break things down that maybe some other shows won't quite do the way that we do. And I think we are unique to our own. There's plenty of gambling shows out there at this point. This is now the fourth year for this program. So we were maybe one of the first that we built this whole studio by hand, no script ever, right? Being a communications major, we've gone through a lot of trial and error of getting this thing up and running and getting good quality audio. And we've had our hiccups along the way, but we've managed to do, I think, a really, really good job. And if you've been playing along with us this season, especially the Ants man, if you've been following his picks, he's only missed 1 week. I mean, he is literally who's the NFL team with one loss right now? Do we have one? He literally has one loss on the season. I think that was 2 weeks ago. We get home last week, all of us. Proud to say that was my little 5-pack of late players, but we get a nice anytime touchdown score ticket last Sunday. I think Josh Allen was on there. I think Kareem Hunt was on there. Ginty was on there. Brock Bowers was on there. Someone else as well. But we get a nice little cash last weekend. So back on the winning ways for me. The Ant-Man continues to impress week to week as he wins every week. And nephew Dave cashes a ticket home as well. Dave Delgrande, who will join us here shortly, has been red hot with his picks. He comes up with some great stuff, and most of it seems to happen. So we'll get his insight as well. Dave, of course, writes for Deadspin. He writes for Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He covers Cal basketball. He'll talk a little bit about that coming up as well. And let's see, what else? Writing fantasy football articles since the 1980s is Dave Delgrande, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, Mr. Fantasy himself. So we'll get him on board. We talk about all things NFC West, AFC West, and then we go and try to identify our fun, high-scoring games and try to pick and prod our best wagers from all of that. So my best advice to you is to Whatever you're doing this morning, keep us tuned in. You don't need to be necessarily watching on the YouTube. Just keep the audio on in your earbuds or the audio up on your speakerphone. Do what you're doing this morning. Have a piece of paper and a pen. I want you to think for yourself a little bit. But, we're showing you a few different ways of how to do things and how to really turn just a few pennies into a decent payout. If you're more of a conservative gambler or wagerer and you just want to, bet $100 to win $100, that's fine. We'll do that as well. We'll do our Big Steve pick of the week, which is now, let's see, we missed 1 week, right? And we've now in week 10, so we've had 8 altogether, and we are 6-2 overall. So I think you take that, right? You take 75% winners on that. Losers last week in a bad way with Green Bay minus 13.5. So the underdogs shined last week. We'll see how they do this week overall. All right. And another inspiration for this show comes from, just me like being up early, working myself and wanting to get up to the date information and start really just, as the kids say, cooking these tickets up in the lab and seeing what things we can come up with and just kind of get your general thoughts flowing towards what's going to be a busy NFL afternoon. So part of that, which we like to knock out first, has to do with the weather and the current lines. So let's go ahead and cue up the current lines. I'll get the ticker going up here in a few minutes. Once we get Dave Dalgrandi on, I got just a little bit of work left on that. And then we'll have those lines updated throughout the morning as well. But let's get the weather. The weather is always going to be interesting. And we do have a game this early. So we're going to be able to follow a game throughout the show. We're talking about in Berlin at the Olympic Stadium with the Colts and the Falcons. Right now, Indianapolis, I'd see minus 6 and 48.5 with temperatures right there in the mid 40s and cloudy. No chance of rain. So we always wonder about these European games and the chances of precipitation. And we know that they can be kind of lumbersome games and kind of slow games. But here we have a couple of teams with potential to put up points at times. The Falcons, very schizophrenic in their ways. The Colts, more dependable in theirs. But can they achieve some points over there in Berlin this morning? We'll be able to follow along all morning long. And I'm going to have to come up with a ticket at some point. I don't have anything on that game yet. I think I might have some Bijan Robinson sprinkled in somewhere with a couple of touchdowns. But we'll get some tickets up for the course of the morning as well for you guys so I can rotate those through on the screen. Let's see here. Moving on to the 1 o'clock slate. We're indoors in Minnesota. How about this? 27 degrees in Minnesota. So cold tailgate for you if you're going to watch the Vikings and the Ravens. The Ravens minus 4 and 49 right now as we stand there. Jacksonville is at Houston. A lovely day in Houston if you're tailgating for that game. 70 degrees indoors will be about the same temperature for the Texans and Jacksonville. No CJ Stroud for Houston. Note that. Outdoors in Tampa Bay, 82 degrees. A very slight chance of precipitation, but a nice, beautiful day for the most part with Tampa Bay and New England. The Buccaneers right now minus 2.5 and 48 on that line. The Jets hosting Cleveland. This could be a rain game. How about this? 68% chance of rain. I see 38, 37.5. Cleveland laying 2.5 at the Jets right now this morning at MetLife Stadium. Winds about 13 miles per hour as well. So this could be the rainy, windy game at MetLife. We know turf can be an issue there as well. So is that going to stutter these two teams to some kind of blatant under scenario? We shall see. Justin Fields, your quarterback, surely under siege from Myles Garrett all day long. at Soldier Field today. 35 degrees. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy as well. 25-mile-per-hour winds with the Giants and the Bears. This over-under is at 46.5. The Bears minus 4.5 right now. So we're finally starting to see some weather scenarios trickle in where we've had beautiful weather for the first 9 weeks of the season. Here we go. We're going to get some, at least in a couple of spots, some wishy-washy weather, pun intended. Well, and that's going to be about it for the weather, as the rest of the slate looks pretty nice, to be honest. Down in Carolina, maybe some slightly moderate winds, 13 miles per hour, but 73 degrees overall with the Panthers and the Saints. Yes, the Saints are the team. Minus 5.5 and 38 is your total in that game. The Bills laying a full 10 points at Miami, 49.5 there. 86 degrees is the forecast down there, and slightly humid. Yeah, 67% humidity. So a little bit warm down there in Miami for the Bills and the Dolphins. 1 o'clock kick there. And then we move to the later slate. We have 3 games in the 4 o'clock window again. I wish we would have that 4th game. I just like it better when there's 4 games at 4. Seattle laying a full touchdown and the field goal or extra point, minus 7 and 45.5 for the Seahawks and the Cardinals, 62 degrees there. Washington hosting Detroit, where the Lions are 8.5-point favorite, 49.5, 67 degrees there. And in San Francisco at Levi Stadium, where Dave Delgrande was thinking the weather could be kind of wishy-washy, I see 80 degrees and sunny, so, and no winds. So it looks like a beautiful California afternoon. When we talked about the weather with him, just go ahead and disregard that, as our conversation was recorded on Friday. Usually we do it Saturday, closer to the kickoff, but he has his son's volleyball tournament all weekend, so we had to do him early this week, as I'll have to interview him early this upcoming week for these same reasons. And I got to take my dad to the heart hospital for Virginia Commonwealth on Friday as well. Maybe that's too much information for you, but we just try to get Dave Delgrande closer to kickoff, but we're going to have to get him a couple days early next week. Let's see. Chargers and Steelers are your night game, 70 degrees at SoFi if you're heading there. And then tomorrow night, cold weather game at Lambeau, 32 degrees with the Green Bay and Philadelphia. The Packers minus 2.5, over under 45, as both of the green teams mix it up together. I guess the Jets would be your third green team. Both your NFC green teams mix it up on Monday night. All right, so weather issues at MetLife, that looks like your big one today. Rain and wind there. Very windy at Soldier Field as of right now. And then let's see, everything else with kind of extreme weather is going to be indoors as far as winds are concerned. And then tomorrow night, a cold game at Lambeau for the Packers and the Eagles. Okay, so that's your look at your weather for the morning. And for the most part, I'd say we have a green light on most of the things we want to do. I was trying to make reasons to justify why this Browns-Jets game can kind of be a fun over game. And remember, we had really bad weather at Cleveland a few weeks back. And that game did go over the total. That was the only 1 o'clock game to go over, was the one that was supposed to be blatantly under. How fitting for the NFL, right? One thing's supposed to happen and the complete opposite happens. That was the case with the last time we had bad weather with Cleveland. And you just wonder, the Jets, traded away some defensive pieces, but they still got Hall. I mean, they still have Garrett Wilson coming back today. Maybe Justin Fields can get things going a little bit. But that Browns defense is really, really tough. And I think we have some good opportunity on the board this morning as well. So we look forward to going through the slate of games and seeing what we can come up with. All right, so I think what we need to do now is go ahead and queue up our man, Dave Delgrande. Again, he is with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He's been writing fantasy football columns since the 80s. Works for Deadspin, covers the Warriors for the NBA. A man of many talents, very smart gambler. So let's bring him on board from Castro Valley, California. Our man, Dave Delgrande. Okay. You've been saying it for a couple of weeks now. Let's focus on quality and not sift through the garbage. Yeah, I think I'm starting to see the light on that, to be honest, a little bit better. So that being said, I definitely played the Thursday night game very lightly. Really just played my boy Harvey on his receive yards, and I was looking at some Bo Nix rushing yards potentially. Maybe he would run it a little bit more, but neither one came close, and I really didn't reinvest. In fact, I kind of fell asleep. So a garbage game for sure, 10-7. But I did win a bet. I've been super hot on all sports, not NFL or college football. Do you want to hear this ticket that hit last night, the 6-game parlay? And
Oh my goodness.
yes, and this now nothing crazy, $15 to win, 422, but a nice payout. And this is definitely dumb luck, as they say, and this will make more sense as we go along here. But interesting with the scores. So obviously we have college basketball back, right? And there's any number of dozens, if not 100 games on any given night. Thursday seems to be a pretty busy slate of mainly no-name teams. So, there's a lot of variance the way that I see it. And, why not take a shot on things like when you have extreme super high overs taking on under, not knowing anything else, just simply throwing a dart. So that's the philosophy there. Or, teams getting a lot of points. Basic stuff that has seemed to work in seasons of many, many decades now of just trickling in minor funds into college basketball this early on. So we had these games. And I actually start with this too, because I put 2 hockey games in it. So let me get the hockey out of the way. But we had the Carolina Hurricanes over 2.5 team goals at home against the Minnesota Wild at -300 odds. That checks the box. They get 4 goals. The Bruins at home against the Ottawa Senators over 2.5 goals at -146. They get their 3rd goal in overtime. So check the box there. Well, lucky number 1 of several lucks on this bet. The highest over-under I've seen, maybe I've seen some Alabama games like this in the last couple of years, but we have Long Island University and UIPUI, who's now, I think, Indiana of Indianapolis. And their total was 185.5 at close, a number that moved 20 points. How about that? A 20-point move in the spread. So I bought it at the high end. Final score, 90-94, 184 points. Under checks the box. So, we take North Florida playing their arch rival, Florida, plus 41.5 points. Final score, 104-64, 40-point losers. But I'm getting 41.5, so we check the box there. The luckiest of plays comes with my stupidity, in which I mean to take under 164.5 points with Louisville and Jacksonville State. They score 176 points, which goes over, and I should lose, right? Oh, no, no, no. My big sausage fingers hit the over by accident, and we have over 164 and a half points as a check mark. And then finally, as I awaken from a sleep of the first half of the Broncos-Raiders game, which makes me feel like the winner for actually getting sleep, I notice that I have 5 boxes checked green. I'm like, what's going on here? There's 2 minutes left in this game with Chicago State and St. Louis. The spread is St. Louis giving up 29.5 to Chicago State. I have Chicago State. They were trailing by exactly 29 points at that moment in time with, I think, 3:31 left in the game, something like that. So they're at their final media timeout, right? Chicago State comes out with a little 5-0 run. After that timeout, they put another 5-0 run together there with about a minute left. And regardless of St. Louis trying to hit 4 different threes within the last minute for no reason, up 30 points and missing the ball, I was able to get the green check mark home there for a $15 winner or a $15 bet to win $437 on the payback. I didn't have to watch any of that football game. And yes, college basketball with its extreme numbers can be fun at times with these teams that you've never heard of. So your take on all of that and the Broncos and the Raiders.
Well, I've got several takes on all that, believe it or not. I covered the Cal Wright State game Friday night.
Right.
And researching Wright State, I noticed that they had scrimmaged twice, and both against MAC level opponents. One was Akron, and I forget who the other one was. And the coach was very excited that oh man, we played these teams very evenly and and Cal, I don't know, nobody familiar with Cal's program, but since Cal brought in Mark Madsen as their head coach, Mark Madsen,
the Mad Dog,
guy, right? Yeah,
Purdue.
All he's done every year. The first year he came in, he completely cleared the cupboard. He brought in 10 transfers, right, and 1 returning guy from the entire roster. Okay, and they had won 3 games the year before, so it sounded like a really good idea. And you know how it is with transfers. Oh my God, this guy! He averaged 23 points at Delaware last year, and he's ready, for the big time. Well, sometimes yes, most times no. And so Cal had a bunch of these guys, and they won, I want to say 13 games. They won 10 more games that year than the year before. It sounded all great, except that after the season, every single one of the transfers transferred or was out of eligibility. And the next year, he brought in actually one freshman who was pretty good, and another 10 transfers. And this was last season. And last year, they ended up winning either 14 or 15 games. So they were very mediocre. But again, they were starting from scratch. And again, his big thing was, we've got to keep our younger players here, and the freshman was their second best player last year. And the other player was Stojakovic, Page's son, who had played for Stanford, of all things, and transferred to Cal after his freshman season. He was the best player. He made second team all ACC. So it's like, man, if they can keep him and this other freshman guy and move forward and add a couple of more young players every year, then it wouldn't really matter if all their transfers left, which, of course, they did last year, all except for 3 of their top 10, 7 of their top 10 guys, including both their young guys, all transferred. So here we go again this year, where they have 1 returning starter. They've got 4 transfer starters, and on their bench of the 4 guys who play, 3 out of 4 of them are transfers. I mean, it's the same thing over again. and so and these guys again, they sound like they're pretty good, but they're competing in the ACC. You know who you're competing with. They're competing with a bunch of high school All-Americans and what. And these guys, the big star from last night's game, guy by the name of Ames. I'm researching him. Well, he started at Kansas State, and then he went to Virginia, and then he went to Cal. I mean, this is his third year, but this is the kind of guy they're playing with. So I thought to myself, man, I don't play college basketball at all. But I thought, Wright State sounds like a team that's kind of been together a little. It's exact same record as Cal last year, so not that good, obviously. But coaches encourage, they're scrimmaging well. Kind of, teams been together a couple of years against this Cal team that doesn't know each other again. This has got to be type of game you want to get in on early in the season. And so I thought, but based on what I've read, this game's going to be like a pick'em, and then I looked at the line, and I want to say it was 11.5.
Right.
I thought, you got to be kidding me. Right. And so I thought, what, if I played this game, I'm definitely on Wright State. And then, oh boy, they're terrible. Right. And they fall behind by 18 in the middle, I think 16 in the middle of the second half. It's really getting away from them. And then, kind of like your team that you were just talking about, they're a little scrappy. They put a little run together. All of a sudden they're down by the number, and now they put a little the run together, and it's like, wow. So this is a 4-point game with about 4 minutes to go, and then Cal's a couple of threes, and then of course it comes down to Cal's up by 10 with a minute to go, and like you said, I mean, Wright State has the ball. The guy takes a crazy three, no good. Now Cal's got the ball. And, it's like, just run out the clock. No more fouls. And because this is going to be Cal's last possession. But I thought, after all that homework and all that work and all that logic, it comes down to, is Cal going to make this last shot with 25 seconds to go? And I thought, this is exactly why you don't play these games. Because, this situation, if you're one of these people who has bad luck, you're always going to lose.
Right.
And I thought, well, I don't have any action on this game, so you can't factor in my bad luck factor. So Cal will probably miss this shot. Watch. And sure enough, the guy shoots a crazy 3-pointer. Again, like you said, you're up by 10. Where you just, pass the ball around and get a layup. And no, the guy tries a crazy 3, no good. And Wright State gets the ball, and they run down, and they take a crazy shot, no good. 10 seconds to go. And, again, I've got no action, but I feel like I do. And I'm like screaming to myself, don't foul. The game's over. Let them go. And you idiot Cal guys, don't go down and shoot a layup at the end. Just hold on to it. Watch your NBA games where they shake hands at this point. And sure enough, Cal ran it out and ended up winning by 10. And I thought, you know what? That was the hardest I've, rooted for a game where I had no action. And then I thought, okay, you know what? I will not, I vowed, I will not give any, not only will I not play in college basketball, not any advice on college basketball.
So that's a perfect story for the ticket I told you. That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I did one other thing about your ticket that struck me, and it's shocking that people, don't get this. But even my wife, who's very intelligent, I tried to explain this to her. She was having none of it, right? And I thought, you know what, we're not going to discuss this, but it has to do with I wrote an opinion piece for Deadspin on the fact that this gambling thing that's happening in the NBA is actually a good thing for the NBA, because it shows you how impossible it is these days for these things to happen. I mean, yes, it did happen here. A couple of, Jonte Porter and this guy from the Heat, whatever his name is. I'd be very curious to hear how much they made on this, how much the guys who paid them off made on this, because like you said, Vegas, or who's ever setting these lines, is so conservative that when they take one crazy bet, and when I'm talking about crazy, I'm not talking about 10 grand. I mean, you walk in there and you make a $100 bet on some crazy basketball game like you talked about, where the line had moved 20 points, and you make a $100 bet on something, they jack up their line immediately. Not only that, but they basically fingerprint you to find out why you betting that game. Who's your source? It's like, I bet $100 on your highest total under because just on principle, I don't even know these teams. But like, you're questioned by these people like you're trying to set their casino on fire, and you've made $100 bet. It's like, there are so many red flags that go up immediately when someone comes in and says, what's your line on Jonte Porter points tonight? Jonte Porter? Let's see. What team is he on? He's on Memphis. Okay, let's see. He's 4.5. 4.5. Wow. Okay. Can I get 10 grand on the under? Like, you know what they would do to you if you said that? They'd put you in handcuffs and they'd interrogate you behind the scenes for a half hour, slapping you silly, saying, who's your source? Who's fixing this game? We need information, and then, you'd convince them that, no, I just, I know his brother Michael, Jonte's a bad player. That's all, but you just can't. This just can't happen. I mean, with these guys in the NBA who make $10,000, $100,000 a game, in order to get them to, fix, quote unquote, fix a game for you. They're not even fixing a game; they're fixing the total of a guy with insignificant part of it. But in order to do that, you've got to pay the guy, 10 grand, 100 grand. I mean, some incredibly high number to put his career at risk. And then you come to find out that when you go down to make a bet on this guy, they won't even take it. They'll say, yeah, okay, we'll give you, you want to bet $100 on that? We'll give you $100 on that. 500? Okay, 500. I got the pit boss's, clearance. We'll take 500 on that. But it's impossible to make that money back. And so my point is, every time there's some kind of odd bet or some unfamiliar face walks into a sports book and wants to get down some huge number. I'm not talking about the Super Bowl, mind you. I'm talking about, these prop bets. Immediately an investigation goes on. Immediately red flags go up. And one sportsbook manager immediately gets on the phone to another one across town and say, hey, by the way, are you taking any crazy action on Jonte Porter today? And the guy says, yeah, guy came in here. He wanted to get 10 grand down on Jonte Porter. He just stopped by here. Oh man, there's something going on. Tail him, monitor his phone, get the FBI. I mean, red flags come up immediately. And my feeling is the game has never been safer because it points out immediately that something's going wrong.
Right, yeah, the system works.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yes. As opposed to the old days, when you had no idea, because when something like this happened, all the bets went to bookies, and bookies, the last thing they're going to do is, call the FBI to say, I think there's something wrong with this game. Some guy just called me and wanted, Gale Sayers to score 2 touchdowns, and he wants to get down 10 grand. I think, there's something wrong with this game. No, you can't do that. I've even looked at the White Sox scandal, the Black Sox scandal from 1919. It took them over a year to figure out that there was something wrong.
Oh, wow.
Going on. And so it's like this, today it takes 5 seconds
Right.
for them to think that there's something wrong. And if they do, then they get the wheels spinning, and the guy gets caught within, an hour of when it's happening. So anyway, that's my long story to say, the general gutlessness or the nervousness or whatever you would call it on the House's part when it comes to these bets, because as we all know, the lights are bright in Las Vegas because every time you make a bet on blackjack or craps or roulette, the House knows exactly what's going to happen. They might win or lose that hand, but over the course of an hour, they're going to win their 4.5% or whatever their take is. And these are the odds. This is not a skill game. They're going to take their 4.5% every hour, every day, every year, and add a new wing to their casino every year. But in sports, that's not the case. Sports is not a skill. It is a skill bet, and they can't control that. They can't control the fact that a bus of Kansas City Chiefs fans just pulled up with all their life earnings, and they all want Mahomes over 1.5 TDs in this game, and what, and next thing the sportsbook manager is having to explain to the big boss at the hotel, yeah, you know what, now we lost $2 million on that game. What? No. You promised me this wouldn't happen. This never happens in blackjack and whatever, sorry, sir, but we can't control it. So anyway, it's just, they don't trust, the casino people and, now FanDuel and what have you. They don't trust the betting public. They've got their ears perked on every single bet that's made. And when something's even a small bit fishy, they jump on it and they get to the bottom of it. And of course, in 9,999 times out of 10,000, it's nothing. Some idiot, wanted to make a big bet because he had a dream last night, but that one time where, John Tay Porter or, whatever the guy's name was from the Heat, is involved in something stupid like this, then they catch it immediately. And anyway, my bottom line is the gambling is not going to be not going to bring the league down. Gambling is actually going to make the league cleaner than it's ever been because they have more safeguards in place now than you could ever imagine. And like I said, to say that between me and you, and your brilliant audience here who kind of knows how the game is played, that probably makes some sense. But to mention that to a casual, sports fan, a non-gambler or whatever, non-bettor, they would say, you're crazy. No,
Right,
you don't
right.
understand. This happens all the time. This game is fixed, like, no, you don't know how ignorant you sound when you say that. It just can't happen. Of course, I can't say that to my wife, right? But it just can't happen. So I've already exhausted all my words. We haven't
Well,
even talked about
the UFC fight, they got right off the bat. I mean, the FBI was involved, I think, before the fight. That's how fast those flags went up. And that was the guy that get knocked out in the first round, who was a favorite to a big underdog. If you
well,
recall
but
that last week.
they're being the thing is, I don't know enough about UFC, especially lesser fights or whatever. But it all it comes down to who's the most vulnerable athlete.
Yeah.
And,
He's an independent
college
contractor,
basketball-
easily.
Right.
vulnerable.
College basketball, this could happen. If you're dumb enough to put a line on, over under total points on Cal's number 9 player last night, who has no scholarship or, maybe, something small, gets his meals or something. And someone came to him and said, "Hey, I'll give you $100 to miss your first shot tonight." Of course, the guy's going to say yes, so yes. And then if anyone were stupid enough to put a line on high school sports, then you're vulnerable to stuff like that. But once you get to the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball type level, where the ones where they're going to let you bet some big money, they make so much money that you can't go to a guy and say, "Hey, just humor me. First pitch of the second inning, throw a ball." That's all you got to do.
Right.
I'll pay you $1,000. Just throw a ball, and then have the pitcher say, I make $2,000 for every pitch I throw. Why would I risk my entire career to make $1,000 for you? Pay me $1 million and I'll do it. But, well, I can't do that because they won't let me bet that much, and so the door slams. So it's, anyway.
All right. Well, we're week 10 already. And if we can look back for the last 9 weeks, I don't know. Are we underestimating the word parity? We know this is a parity league. But I feel like the parity struck 1 million chords last week times 10. Here we have the teams that we think are going to be at least decently good, with like the Chiefs losing, which, you figure the Bills were going to be competitive. I thought the Chiefs might roll them a little bit better than that. But I think we both didn't expect the Lions to lose. But even just the way that they lost was ugly. And then, just on the flip side of things, how's Jacksonville 5-3? We've been coming knocked down on them for weeks, but here they are 5-3. You got Carolina even at 5-4. Your 49ers, even with the weak schedule, 6-3. My Patriots, even with the weak schedule, 7-2. The Steelers, as many question marks as we have about them, they're still 5-3. So parity is a good word to me, and we've seen it really to the extreme this season. And I'm not so sure. The trade deadline will be interesting with Philadelphia to see how much maybe they did improve that defense with some of the guys they got. But I don't know. I don't see a team without some sort of a weakness at this point. Maybe we do get this Seattle versus New England Super Bowl at the end of the day.
Well, what's funny is, in watching, you were probably watching the same game. When watching the Chiefs game against the Bills last week, toward the end of the game, they showed a graphic on which teams would make the playoffs and which ones would be the wild cards. And their big thing was, if the Chiefs lose this game and Jacksonville wins, the Chiefs will fall out of a playoff position. And I thought, can you hear yourself talking? Do you really think Jacksonville's making the playoffs ahead of the Chiefs? Right. You've been getting updates on this Jacksonville Raiders game going on. The world's worst football game until the Raiders' next game against the Broncos. And it's like, you actually think that the Jacksonville, or what their record is, has a chance to make the playoffs ahead of Kansas City? Like, what? Why are you? Yes, the numbers can say one thing, but logic dictates. Come on, don't.
They've
don't
beaten
go
them.
there.
They've already beaten them too, though.
Exactly. Yes. But that graphic told the story exactly like you just said.
Yeah,
there is that there is no way the playoffs are going to end up like they are today. There's just half of the teams in there, if not more. Give me a choice right now. They're going to make the playoffs or not make the playoffs. If you're in right now, I'm taking the under. If you're out right now, I'm taking the over. It's just because, like you said, it's a crazy season. The league has really, come back toward the middle. And, but that tends to change. I mean, we even, the Raiders game against Denver. Like, oh, Denver, they're number one seed now in the West. They're ahead of Kansas City and the Chargers. And then you watch Denver play.
Oh, yeah,
Thursday night.
it's
like
bad.
Where's their varsity team? I mean, that was embarrassing.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst games I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
you heard all week how they're going to kill the Raiders too. That's all I heard all week.
Goodness.
All week.
And they didn't even come close to scoring in that game. For the most part.
They must miss that offensive coordinator. Not that he's done anything special himself as he's moved on back to Detroit. But they must miss that offensive coordinator or something. If you're the owner, I said this 2 weeks ago. If you're the owners, you must be saying to yourself, "What the hell happened to this team?" But we're 8-2 or whatever we are, right?
Right. And but then, and as you indicated there, next week they'll play somebody else. They'll play a better team, and they'll play a much better game. And just when you think, "Oh my God, this team's terrible," they come out next week and they beat somebody, and your conclusion to that game is, "Oh man, the team they just beat, they look terrible." And then lo and behold, a week later, that team looks good again. It's kind of the definition of being 500. You're going to look good half the time. You're going to look bad half the time.
They get the Chiefs next week, actually.
So yeah, alert. They should. I don't know. I mean, I think the Chiefs are a lot better team, but the way the season has gone, don't be surprised if that is a close game, because we kind of were tipped off to this last year when every week the Americans football fans were saying, "Oh yeah, Kansas City's struggling a bit, but they're going to get it into high gear this week. They're going to blow out this team they play." And lo and behold, the same thing happened every single week. No matter who they played, the Chiefs, it came down to the last possession. The Chiefs won by 3 or by 2 or by 1. And next week, the same thing. And the next week, the same thing. And so, I guess you just have to accept it that it's the way it is. With 90% of the teams in the league these days.
Yeah. I mean, and when you go from one extreme to the other in some of these divisions, I mean, the North, where everyone's 500 or above, and I'm actually looking at the division odds. And I mean, the Bears are plus 950, the Vikings are 15-1, and everyone's within reach of each other. So those are actually decent numbers if you wanted to play on one of those teams. But then you go to a division like the NFC East, and what a disaster that is. The second favorite, Dallas, is 18-1. The Eagles are minus 2,000 to win that division already. Yeah, Jaden Daniels gets hurt every 5 minutes now. So there's all kinds of interesting storylines around the league, right?
And you mentioned it that in the NFC North, where my thing going into this season, were a lot of people thought Chicago was going to be a lot better, and I thought, yes, they should be a lot better, and if they are a lot better, what that's going to mean is that they're going to finish 5 games behind the top 3, not 8 games behind the top 3 like they did last year. Because these top 3, you can't crack them, you know. And, you know, Minnesota's got McCarthy coming back. And Green Bay, you know, it seems to be up and coming. We didn't even know they'd be bringing on, you know, the top pass rusher in the league. And the Lions, you know, if they hadn't had 15 different injuries at the end of the year, you know, would have finished a lot stronger. It's like, who are you going to finish ahead of? And now, like you said, you know, every week, last week, Green Bay, you got to be kidding me. With the performance,
I said they were overrated for about a month, and I finally ate my words on that. And then I look like a double idiot because they look completely overrated.
You're right. And Detroit, you know, and I'm, you know, Detroit's biggest fan. I expect them to, like last year, to score 40 points every game. And then there are times
something's just missing
they
there.
Just don't show up.
I don't get it.
And then Minnesota, we've seen Minnesota already do their thing and be, you know, really terrible at times. So you're right. I mean, why can't that continue? Why can't Chicago complete this? You know, go on a little run here, and then, you know, watch these other 3 self-destruct as much as Chicago has built itself up. And that's just one example. I mean, you look at the NFC West, and, you know, who's the top team in the NFC West now? And it's certainly not the 49ers.
Well,
I'll
tell you what, I mean, under the radar trade, only because I don't hear anyone talking about it, but Shaheed to Seattle, I think, is a huge acquirement for them.
I can't agree with you more on that. That is you talk about a team that
they can stretch it now. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. That, you know, they, you know, you make a trade like this because you think you're in a position where you still got a chance, which they are.
Yep.
And then secondly, you identify what's that one guy, the one type of player that we really need. Well, gee, we only have one outside receiver to throw the ball to all the time. Imagine if we had a second one, you know, could actually walk and chew gum. And then you go out and you steal this guy from New Orleans. He's as good as a number 2 receiver as there is out there for the most part. Oh, what a perfect addition for them. And it looks like they're dialing it up on defense. You know, I mean, I was going to say, if I had to pick right now who's going to win that division, like I said, I wouldn't take the 49ers. And I don't know. I mean, the Rams, you know, are solid. They're, you know, kind of consistent. But, you know, I think Seattle's got a shot.
Right. You could take right now Chicago and Seattle to win both of those divisions at 22-1.
And you know, it's you know, I mean, there are, especially in Chicago's case, there are good teams ahead of them, but not so far ahead of them.
Yeah.
That, you know, a couple of more stumbles. And the thing is, you know, we'll see this continuing to go forward, that the reigning division champs, you know, Detroit and the Rams, their schedules are way more difficult than these other teams.
Right.
And so you look at Detroit's schedule, and we see this with Kansas City every year. You know, the Kansas City, you know, the fact that they continue to win 11, 12, 13 games every year, kind of remarkable. It just seems every week they play Philadelphia, or they play Baltimore, or they play Buffalo, or they play Detroit. But that's the way it is. You look at Detroit's schedule, and oh my goodness, you know, I mean, not only are these teams in their division good, but they're, you know, you got to play all these other first place teams, and so they, you know, they got there's a chance they're not going to make the playoffs. That far fetched, okay. But the fact is, they better start playing better football because this schedule is relentless.
Yeah. Yep. You could add on the Chiefs to the Bears and Seahawks and get 51-1 odds right now. That's maybe not the worst ticket for, the better part of the second half of the season, just kind of kicking back on a little something and rooting for it,
Absolutely, especially when you're throwing you're sweetening it with the Chiefs,
Right.
who you would think, well, gee, I'm getting the other two situations. I'm not necessarily thinking I'm getting the better team in the division, but in this case, I think I am.
Right.
You're telling me that Denver, is going to, beat them out in the end? No, not this Denver team that I just saw. Oh man, that was. And the funny thing is, fantasy football. I had, I thought, oh, gee, Denver, they're going to put up some big numbers on the Raiders. So I put Franklin in the lineup, right?
Right.
And my opponent had Bowers, and I thought, oh, geez. I'm tired of seeing this guy. And I thought, well, my goal of this game is if there's no way it could possibly happen, but my goal of this game is Franklin needs to play Bowers even.
Yeah, wash him out. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And lo and behold, he ends up outscoring them 15-4.
Yep, you got
or
it.
whatever it was, and so, man, lucked into something there, but the rest of that team, even Knicks looked terrible.
But
the good thing is he throws the ball a lot to Franklin, and so I like that since he's on my fantasy team. So even last night, as things were going poorly, I thought, you know what, will you please throw the ball? Not please, but I expected him to throw the ball a lot more to Sutton, just to move the chains. And he just didn't do it. He just didn't, threw the ball to Ingram more than he threw the ball to Sutton. And he threw the ball to Franklin more than anybody. And I don't know. I guess it just goes to show you don't draw too many conclusions based on one game, because next week's going to look completely different.
Just generally speaking, for fantasy owners, would you describe this as a more difficult season than recent seasons, or basically just the same type of deal? For whatever reason, it seems like it's a little bit harder to me.
I think it is, and the big thing is that the star players, for the most part, have not been star players.
Yeah, like who's getting 10 touchdowns as a wide receiver, right? Nobody.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If you think of the top of the draft,
right,
and you think, well, all right, Chase, he's going to be the number one pick, and was the number one pick on a lot of drafts. And Chase,
half the time.
Right? He's had some good games, but he's had some really bad games. And then Gibbs, Gibbs is another guy, very high draft pick, top 3 pick. Bijan Robinson, top 3 or 4 pick. Okay, they're doing okay, but they're not supposed to be doing okay. They're not supposed. Taylor and McCaffrey aren't supposed to be having better seasons than the guy I drafted number 2 in the draft, or the guy I drafted number 3 in the draft. And so what that's done is it's watered down those teams, and so much in fantasy this year is either the teams that made really smart picks in the middle of the draft, and these guys have turned into top performers, or even guys you picked up on waivers at some point have turned into top performers. And it just kind of goes to show that while the draft in fantasy is the funnest day of the year, it's not necessarily the most important day of the year, because if you can add somehow, sometimes in a trade, a lot of leagues, I don't make a lot of trades, but if you can add a player or two, the rosters are so small. You only play 9 players at a time in most fantasy leagues. One's a kicker, one's a defense. They don't even count. So you're only playing 7 guys. If you can add 1 or 2 starting level players, you're so much better than what you were on draft day. And these other people who are thinking, I drafted the best team, I'm just going to sit here and wait for it to come around. Well, you know what? We've seen a lot of players this year that it just, it just doesn't happen. And then you get the injuries, and so yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. I look at the teams that I play every week, and I look at the guys' roster. It's like, this is not strong. And then you look up the numbers on some of these guys. It's like, oh my God, these are all top 10 players at their positions. How did this happen? Where do these guys come from? And so, yeah, that's what's made fantasy much more difficult, I think, this year. But at the same time, it rewards you for paying attention.
Let's fire down this Week 10 slate. And we have on the bye week this week, Bengals, Cowboys, our AFC West Chiefs, so we won't discuss them, and the Tennessee Titans, which is good for all viewers. Get rid of them. Sick of watching Titan games in the 1 o'clock window on TV number 6 here in the Sports Lounge. And we do have an early game, so we need to go ahead and knock that out of the way, even though it's not one of our listed candidates. And we'll see if the West Coast is waking up for this early with the Falcons and the Colts. Dave, are they getting up? We have a line 6.5 and 48.5 for your Colts against another schizophrenic team, the Atlanta Falcons. So early rising Sunday, Eggs Benedict, coffee, NFL, fantasy?
Depends if you have fantasy guys going, because it's not, from a Western standpoint, it's not, we don't really know much about either of these two teams. I mean, who cares about the Falcons? Indy's had a nice season, but we don't see them a lot. And so neither of these teams are what you would say, man, I got to get up early Sunday morning and watch these games. This is going to be a really good game. And it could very well be a good game. I mean, Atlanta, like you said, they're very Jekyll and Hyde. Just when you think they're terrible, kind of the story of the NFL season. Just when you think they're terrible, they sprout up and give you a couple of good performances. And then you think, okay, wow, did I misread them? They're actually pretty good. And then they'll give you a couple of stinkers. So very hard team to predict. Indy's been obviously very consistent. I mean, as good as anybody in the league in terms of consistency. I'm still not sure they deserve to be at a top shelf level. Like I said, when you look at the schedules that some of these top teams have played, and then you realize, well, gee, no wonder they've lost 3 games. They played, 6 teams that made the playoffs last year. And then you look at a team like Indy, and it's like, gee, well, no wonder I haven't seen them on TV. Their schedule so far has been Miami, bad. Denver, Denver's not supposed to be good, but okay, they're okay. Tennessee, bad. The Rams, all right, there's their best game they played so far. Las Vegas, terrible. Arizona, not good. Chargers, okay, they're decent. Tennessee, terrible. Pittsburgh, decent. I mean, they've played. You look at the schedule, they played the Rams. And I don't know, the Chargers, I guess, be the second best team. Pittsburgh. I mean, it reminds me of the 49ers. Like, well, wait a minute, aren't these guys in the same league with Kansas City and Buffalo and Baltimore, and the Detroit and Green Bay and Philadelphia? And I mean, where are these teams? And there's just nope. Indy doesn't play these teams. Whereas Kansas City, well, gee, yeah, they play these teams every week. And so no wonder we see them every week, and we've never seen Indy. So I applaud what Indy's done so far. And here's another case where, all right, this is a very average NFL team, and the way Indy's playing, man, they've not only beaten teams like this, but they've handled them pretty convincingly. Atlanta's been bad against the run of late, and oh boy, that's trouble. When you're up against, the guys had the best rushing success in the league this year.
Yeah.
So
our MVP.
I don't see. This is a game that Indy's been winning all year and winning comfortably, and so that's what I expect to see in this game. I think that you go to Europe to play a game, and the coach is warning you all week to gotta pay attention. Can't be distracted. Forget the fact that we're going to Europe. Just pretend like we're going to Charlotte, to play. It's just another city where you won't recognize anything. That's fine. We're going to go there. We're going to be conservative in our approach to the game. We're going to be conservative once we get to the game. We're going to take care of business. We're going to come home. And so, of all the games in the year, I'd feel much, as confident as ever that you're going to see a lot of Taylor in this game.
Right.
Let's just keep running the ball and get home as soon as we can. Get our 27-14 win. Get Taylor his 2 touchdowns, 120 yards, and like I said, Atlanta has struggled against the run in recent weeks. That's not good against this team. So I think that that's the way I see this game playing out.
91.5 yards for Taylor. So although that's inflated, we can expect him to probably get over that at least, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
And I think he's a possible 2 touchdown guy.
So I was thinking, just for the fun of it in studio, playing him for 2, and although it's just plus 135, then you just look at the flip side of the coin, and you mentioned it. I mean, at some point, they got to try to start and jumpstart Bijan somehow. And, the Colts can give up some points. So maybe Bijan does get involved here. His receiving numbers high, 42.5. But maybe he does sneak in for 2. You're always got to be worried about Algier. So maybe what I would do is just something like play Bijan and Taylor both for 2. That pays something like 12-1. But really, I wouldn't be afraid to put on a straight bet. Just take Algiers at 33-1 for 2.
Yeah.
Inside the 5, it's got to be Algiers.
Right. And you're right. Indy is not an elite defensive team. You would expect Atlanta on its good day to be able to come close to matching points with this team. But then you got London. Boy, actually, Pitts has a bit of a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think they're in Germany or somewhere too. It's even worse.
Yeah, and you talked about having the dual running backs. It's just, to me, it's a lot harder to predict who's going to have the big game for Atlanta. Whereas in Indy's case, and given the opponent, I think it's a lot easier to predict. This might be one of those weeks where, where you take Taylor to score 1 TD, and I know you said the line is bad there, but it might be one of those gimme plays that you throw on top of a parlay, just to give you an extra 40% or whatever it is, when all said and done. So,
that's what I did with the Carolina Panthers last night. Minus 320 for 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so what is he? Oh, 320.
Yeah,
wow.
minus 320 for 1.
That is certainly not something that I would ever consider, on its own. But all right, we'll talk about this later on as we get going. But will there be a similar guy to him where, okay, now we've got 2 of these guys on top of a ticket, where we've got a long shot or a couple of price plays where, oh man, you get Taylor and this other guy, with these two other 4-teamer, and it's paying 10-1. Well, and I got 2 freebies in there. Anyway, we'll keep that in mind.
We'll get to him, but I have a feeling that has to be Gibbs. Tyler Algier for 20 yards is minus 102. I could be talked into that.
Yeah, I mean, all right, you're the boss.
Right. Okay. I was hoping for blatant disapproval not to do it, but there you go. That's the green light.
Well, I've tried that before. It's fallen upon deaf ears. So,
all right, moving on. Let's go to our AFC and NFC West cast of characters and a extreme search to find fun football and what may have been a otherwise boring season between the two. And we got to go all the way to the late window. Nothing in the early window this week, right? Yeah, nothing in the early window. So we go to 1 o'clock Pacific time, 1:05 Pacific time, and we do have a rematch. It is Arizona and Seattle, where Seattle did win this game on the road last time out. They're minus 6.5, 44.5. We last saw them. They thumped Washington on Sunday Night Football. And now, again, they have our man Shaheed as an addition here. So even more dangerous. You always got to wonder about Sam Darnold. And we talked about Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. He's been fantastic, but you always have to have that feeling in the back of your head that this guy could revert to what he did at the end of the season last year and just kind of blow things up for you when it's all on the line here. But he's yet to show any kind of wrinkles in that regard. They're going to welcome in Jacoby Brissett, who it's interesting that Kyler Murray has an ankle injury from when the football hit him in the helmet on that one play. That's where they're talking about the injury coming from. I had someone talk about body language with those two quarterbacks on the sideline, where Brissett is just embracing that this is maybe his last opportunity, where he is now on his 6th football team, another journeyman getting entrusted to start here. But Brissett with a nice win on the road against the Cowboys. As the Cowboys need a week off, let's be honest. After that, and both teams with a little bit of momentum, maybe Arizona with some new life. But I guess this is a tough road to hoe here. I mean, this is the Cardinals are almost like Seattle light, where their defense is good, but maybe not quite as good as Seattle's. They have a few offensive pieces, but they don't have as many offensive pieces as Seattle. So I'll have to kind of lean with the home team here. Brissett is a nice quarterback, but he's going to come up with some duds as well. He was competitive in Indianapolis in a game that they could have won there as well. But the Seahawks are rolling here. I think they can probably cover 6.5 and maybe win this game more along the lines of 10 to 14 points or even more. It's going to be a tough environment for the Cardinals. Again, they're just like a Seattle light, and I'll take the heavier version with the Seahawks here at home. They got a good thing going. They seem well coached, and I wouldn't be shocked at this point the way things have played out with all the parity we just talked about if somehow this team doesn't make some sort of a deep run. So I'll take the Seahawks at home. If they're going to make some sort of a nice run in the playoffs, this is a game that they should be able to win and win by a score or 2 or 3. So give me the Seahawks here. What do you like?
Yeah, well, I agree with, your assessment from last week that I don't know what happened in that Arizona game against Dallas, but Arizona actually looked like a decent football team.
Well, they started that new kid on the line. I think that helps. That player that they drafted is finally healthy. I mean, he adds another element.
I guess Dallas does that to you. You can look a lot better against Dallas than most teams. Right. But I also wonder about the psyche of a team like this, who, to me, is clearly the number 4 team in the division, even though going into the season, they might have thought that they could actually sneak up and win the division. There's a lot of talk about Murray. Is Murray the problem there? And sometimes you have a really good player like him, and he's just not a good fit, and he just hasn't had anywhere near the type of career that you would have projected for him. I still remember the day where the A's made him, the number 7 pick or something very high in the baseball draft. Like, what in the world are you thinking?
Right.
And then, he ends up playing football. But somewhere behind the scenes, Billy Bean is, pumping up his chest saying, I told you, 8 years ago, this guy should be playing baseball. But you wonder what his teammates are thinking, whether it's like, good riddance. You're on injured reserve. We brought in Brissett last week. We had one of our better games. And maybe this lights a little fire under them. They can't run the ball. They really don't have a second receiver. Harrison's been very inconsistent. I don't really see how they're going to dent the Seattle defense, but I do think they're going to go in there feeling pretty good about themselves, which I don't think they would if Murray were their quarterback. That's my biggest concern about this game. The one other thing I would say is that, to me, almost every trade that was made at the deadline involved defensive players, but there were 2 made for offensive players, and I think both are worth watching. I don't necessarily think either one of them is going to be a big-time factor this week, but what it could be is a buy sign for next week. And Shaheed is definitely one of these guys. I'd like to see him get, 6 to 8 targets this week, just as an indication that, man, you don't even know our offense, but you fit in so nicely. We're going to throw you the ball 6 to 8 times your first week. Imagine what you're going to get the second week. And the other one is Myers. I think Myers was a great pickup. For Jacksonville.
Right.
And, he's, I don't expect him to go in there and light the world on fire immediately, but, let's throw him the ball 6 or 7 times, show that he's healthy, which I'm sure he is, and show that, hey, we want you to be a big part of our offense. We've got a star receiver over on the other side. This should, same thing with Shaheed. You don't need to come in and be the top receiver. Just run your patterns and one-on-one coverage. We'll throw you the ball 8 to 10 times a game. You'll get your numbers. I think that both of those guys next week, we're going to be talking about them in a completely different light than this week. Like I said, I can't imagine, sure, they might sneak in a touchdown or whatever, but I can't imagine them coming in and having a huge performance, this very first week. So anyway, my point here about the Arizona game, we started off this conversation, or you did, talking about quality
through
over
the trash.
quantity.
Yeah.
I see no quality in this game.
For what you're saying, they're almost begging you to take Shaheed on his reception total. He's plus 120 over 3.5 catches.
Okay. They are begging you. Yeah. I mean, you don't know. I mean, somebody knows, but certainly not me. How sophisticated is this Seattle offense? Can a guy come in there, on a very short week? And remember, the trade deadline was on Tuesday.
Right.
So it's not like, well, it was last Sunday he flew in there, and by Sunday night he was studying the playbook. He missed a couple of key practices, or at least, film sessions or what. Obviously he's in good shape, so that's not a problem. But you just wonder how much of the game plan he knows, and whether we're going to show up for the game and see that, well, he's not even starting, and they're just going to restrict him to third downs and run the same pattern all the time. And in which case, get him 3 or 4 targets just to get his feet wet. Well, then catching 3.5 passes is going to be very difficult. So while I think, that number seems attractive, there's just too many unknowns there for me to say,
let's move
give me
on.
that. So I'm gonna, for him, both guys. I'll say the same thing about Myers as well. Both guys, I'm going to say, let's watch one.
Well, fortunately for us, probably not much to talk about in that Jaguars Texans game, especially now that Stroud will probably be out too. We'll glance to that when we get to it. I will say this on the flip side of the coin, though. If Baker Mayfield can win a game for the Rams at quarterback, coming over on just a few days from the Carolina Panthers on the Monday Night Football, then anything's possible, right?
Well, obviously anything's possible. And again, it's just a matter of you know, is there any kind of familiarity between Shaheed and the offensive coordinator or the Seattle head coach or anything where, well, he's been in this system before. He understands that when the coach calls, you know, cat 73, you know, blank right, you know, oh, gee, we had that exact same play call when I played for him in Houston 4 years ago. But, you know, again, why guess?
Right.
You know, you run into the same problem, mostly me, where, you know, there's 15 different good plays by the end of the day. And so I'm guessing on this one is not going to, I'm not going to be fooled.
All right, we have a rematch with your 49ers against the Rams. It was a good game when they played on that Thursday night. And we laughed about that game where, you know, maybe the better team didn't win. They just ran out of time talking about the Rams losing that game to the 49ers. But Shanahan can game plan as good as anybody when it comes to plugging in the pieces needed just to kind of skate by. And here we are with one of the better matchups, actually, record-wise, of the weekend. So the Rams are -4.5, and the line is 49.5. Just something about the 49ers. They just have this little bit of mojo against the Rams. I think the Rams win this game, but I'm not shocked if this is you know, a field goal game and the Rams just kind of narrowly squeak this out. Technically, the Rams do have the better record here, as this is almost my system play of teams with a worse record being a favorite or even records on the road. The Rams are 6-2, Niners 6-3, so they kind of are a rightful favorite in my mind. Or 4.5 is the line. The field goal game, the Rams win to me. Yeah, can they flex their muscles a little bit here? Can the Niners come back to reality a little bit? What do you got here, Dave?
Well, something that we haven't talked about yet that we probably should be talking about is we just had Halloween, right?
Right.
What's the last thing you do after you've counted and sorted all your candy on Halloween night?
I don't know. You take the bad stuff and you put it aside, maybe.
No, you flip your calendar to November.
Right. Okay.
You know, weather, you know, we got to start talking about the weather if it's November. And
right.
even
Okay.
here,
Do we have weather there?
the weather. We saw this in the Denver game.
Mm-hmm.
Something I thought they did a very poor job of. Man, it just seemed like nobody gave the weather last night any kind of importance.
I did beforehand. Was it as windy as they kind of thought? I speculated. Yeah.
But we didn't get a real good
Feel for it, right.
answer to that. But yet I've never seen a punter look so lost.
Right.
Like he's
Right.
never punted the ball. This was like, what happened to your regular punter, and why do you have your fourth string quarterback punting tonight? He's never punted before. He doesn't even know how to drop the ball. But it was like, I mean, he was kicking the ball sideways. You know, the Raiders punter dropped the ball that one time. The next time he catches it and he takes too long and they block it. You know, Denver coach decides, you know, even though he doesn't have one of these big leg kickers, he's going to try a 59-yard field goal. in these windy conditions. And when he kicked it, I thought, wow, good choice. That looks good. It came up 5 yards short,
Right.
you know, and then it's just, you know, what is going on here? And obviously the wind is a big, like I said, that punter, I thought he was going to get cut on the spot. Nobody kicks the ball sideways and out of bounds as often as he did in that game. And even the Raiders, where I thought the Raiders lost this game, and, you know, Coach Pete, he's my buddy, but you miraculously punted the ball twice to the 1 yard line, right? And now you've got a fourth down at the Seattle 40 or 45 or whatever, 4th and 5. And you're not going to, you know, you're playing against Denver. You know, their defense is going to stop you on this play. Punt the ball again. Punt them, you know, they can't, they're going to go 3 and out. They have every time they've had the ball. Why are you going for it on 4th down out at the 40-yard line when the only reason you're competitive in this game is because you've won the field position battle? They gave that up. Denver comes right down and flips the script on the game. I just thought that was a terrible, terrible decision, and one where, like I said, you're just the wind is a bigger factor in this game than anybody's given it credit. And I just thought it was a poor job on the broadcasting crew for not having you saw this toward the beginning of the game when maybe in their halftime promo when they came out. Oh yeah, it was the halftime promo where the crew comes out, and the woman, you know, the host of the show, her hair is flying all over the place. And then the one bald guy says, it's an advantage not having any hair, you know, and it's like, wow, it is really windy down there. And yet they're not talking about this in the game. So my point is that you never, even when it's not snowing or raining or whatever, there are other factors that could really influence a game. Well, you wouldn't think it's going to happen out here, but the weather's been bad here this week. It's rained, not hard, but rained a couple of times. I don't think it'll rain hard on Sunday, but I do think it is quite possible that it's going to be raining. And, you know, it's outdoors. It's, you know, 2 California teams that don't like practicing in the rain, don't like getting their shoes wet. So I'm not going to be surprised if that slows down the game a little bit. And the 49ers, you know, people might be talking about this as being a big game, and it certainly looks like it on the schedule. But the fact is the 49ers have already beaten this team. So they could lose this game and not lose the tiebreaker. It would only be a 1-1 tie, so you'd go to a different level of tiebreaker. And secondly, if you know, this is not the kind of game that the 49ers have been winning. The 2 toughest teams that they played all season, you know, other than I guess you would throw the Rams in there being one of them, but Tampa Bay and Houston. I mean, these are 2 teams that could win their division. They're actually a better than average team. That's all it takes to be a top team on the 49ers schedule. And the 49ers have lost both of those games and not looked good in either one of them. I think the Rams are a better team than the 49ers. But the key to the 49ers is this game is not important because look who they play next. Their next 4 games are against Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, and Tennessee.
Wow.
I mean, you got to be kidding. And, you know, we talked about Indy's schedule being, fairly easy so far. 49ers could lose this game, and 2 weeks from now, gain that game back, maybe even 2, and 4 weeks from now, but they could easily go 4-0. They're going to get Purdy back at some point in those next 4 weeks. It'll all be forgotten that, that they lost that Rams game. Again, because part of that is you're not losing the tiebreaker, which could be very important at the end of the year because they've already beaten the Rams once. So this game is, they win this game, they'll win that tiebreaker. But if they win this game, they don't have to worry about that because they got so many wins, coming up on the schedule that they'll finish ahead of the Rams. But they lose this game, they'll make up that difference in the next couple of weeks, let alone the next 4 weeks. So all that said, weather a possible factor. I think the Rams are the better team in this game, and they've got a bit of a revenge motive here. A game they should have won the first time around. Still no Purdy, it sounds like. They do their on Thursdays. The 49ers, I guess they do this around the league, but on Thursdays the 49ers have their starting quarterback address the media at the podium after practice, and it was Jones again this week, even though Purdy's back there practicing and what have you. But that's usually a pretty good indication of who's going to start at quarterback. So they could flip that, by Sunday. But I think it's a game that the Rams should win. I think that the weather could play a bit of a factor. I think Nakua should be able to catch a ton of passes, ton of short passes, even if the weather's a little sloppy. They'll just throw the ball short to him. And so to him, I see him as the lone standout in this game. But I take the Rams in this game.
7.5 receptions minus 130 for Puka. So
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 49.5. So that's good. If we have some weather issues, 49.5 is going to be steep, right?
That seems awfully high to me.
Yeah.
I don't really, I don't understand that because the 49ers, they're even in games like the Giants game, they probably played their best offensive game against the Giants. But that was all predicated on their ability to run the ball. And they were running the ball in that Giants game way better than any other game this year. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times having McCaffrey on my fantasy team, I see them hand the ball to him up the middle, and he'd run into a brick wall. And he'd squirm, and he'd get his 4 yards, and then 3 yards. I mean, he's carried the ball for less than 5 yards, I'm going to guess, more than any other back in the league this year. But they keep doing it with him. And then the Giants game, all of a sudden, man, he must have had 4 or 5 10-yard gains, probably more than he's had the whole season. That I don't see that happening against a team like the Rams. It come down to their passing game, and the 49ers passing game is you got Kittle, who doesn't seem to be at 100%, and then you've got these outside receivers who they're just not. It's not Debo and not Ayuk anymore, and so there's just a lot of reasons to think the 49ers won't be able to put up 24 points against this level of team. We saw what happened when they played Houston's good defense. Man, they were terrible offensively. And the Rams play conservatively as well. The 49ers have been surprisingly decent on defense.
Right.
Rival teams, they know each other. Not ideal weather conditions. I don't know. I don't know that either team gets to 27 in this game. If that doesn't happen, then it's not going over that total. So I would take the under.
I can get better than 5-1 on Puka's over 7.5. I can bet under 49.5 total points. And then McCaffrey had a field day receiving the ball against them last time. He's just at 5.5 for his baseline receptions. I think that's fair game.
Yeah, that is an area where they have to use him more in the passing game when he's not running the ball effectively. Because so many times...
And the Rams will stop the run.
The number of times
right.
watching the 49ers. They hand to McCaffrey, 3-yard gain. They hand to McCaffrey, 2-yard gain. It's 3rd and 5. Okay, and, we can't run the ball again. We don't really... have great weapons on the outside to get open. So let's just swing it to McCaffrey on third down. He'll always get us 7-8 yards per catch and move the chain. And he's been their big chain mover. And so the more the defense can slow him down running the ball, the more they're going to throw the ball to him. So that's actually an intriguing play there.
Right. Okay. Nothing for Juszczyk either, but he seems to he'll come on the board at somewhere light. He'll get his one catch against the Rams as well. All right, and we only have one more. So we have with the Chiefs off and the game on Thursday and 2 head-to-head matchups here. Then we go down to the Sunday night game, and that'll wrap it up for the AFC West and NFC West cast of characters. This is an interesting game. 2.5, 44.5. Another Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type of football game. Just because when you think the Chargers are going to play well, they're liable to let you down. And then we know that the Steelers, once you kind of get hyped up a bit against them, then they kind of get brought down to reality themselves. So something's got to give here. I have no doubt in my mind there'll be more Steeler fans than Charger fans inside SoFi Stadium for this one. So home field, not an advantage necessarily for the Chargers here. They're a slight favorite, 2.5, 44.5. I got to imagine this is one of those games that's really just going to fall right around the number, and it's going to go either way. It could go under, it could go over. The Steelers could win by a field goal, or the Chargers could win by a field goal. You have the feeling that some of these games on the slate this week that this could be the case for. And, I mean, this is the prototype for it right here. So, close game. I don't trust the Chargers. I don't trust the Steelers. If I have any prop here, I might have to dig for one. But what do you like? You like anything in this game? I mean, this is about as even as it gets to me.
Well, I think the Chargers are the better team here.
Okay.
I think that Pittsburgh played a good game last week against Indy, but like I said, I think the Chargers are a better team than Indy when push comes to shove, because Pittsburgh is most vulnerable against the pass, and the Chargers, who aren't supposed to be playing this way, are a much better passing team than a running team. Who would have guessed that? And so I think it's a good fit. And we don't have to worry about the weather in this game. And plus, you've got the Chargers coming off of very embarrassing performance last week against Tennessee. And you just look back 2 weeks ago when they looked so good against Minnesota in a similar situation to this. Pittsburgh, give them credit. I mean, they've hung in there, but I don't see Pittsburgh as a playoff team. I think what gives Baltimore hope is when they look up in the division and see that it's Pittsburgh sitting up there atop. We're 3 games behind Pittsburgh with 9 games to go. Well, we can make that up in 5 weeks. And sure enough, maybe Baltimore's got a heartbeat all of a sudden. But I think this is a game that the Chargers should win. I think they can put up some really nice yards in the passing game in this game, and then put a pass rush on Rodgers, who is not scrambling around like Herbert is, and has lesser weapons. So I think the Chargers are going to win this game easily, and I would just because they've got no running game, I got to look at it. I think Herbert at -1.5 TD passes has to be one of the top plays of the week.
Yeah, already looking it up. Yep.
Could already mix in some of their receivers. Problem with their receivers is, they spread the ball around really well, and so where it used to be, they threw the ball to McConkey last year so many times, but this year, our boy Quentin Johnson seems, he seems to show up every other week at least.
Gadsden's made a nice name for himself a little bit.
Exactly.
Keenan Allen still catching balls. Yep.
absolutely. So, rather than try to guess who's going to get the TD, I think as a long shot, I don't know, wouldn't necessarily be a long shot, but I at 2-1 or more, I think Quentin Johnson would be he's been scoring touchdowns.
Right.
I mean, he would be a long shot play if I made one in this game, but I think the much more likely thing is Herbert will find a way to get over 1.5 TDs, and I hope that the number is not bloated.
Minus 158, but if you're going to find some quarterbacks over 1.5, that's fine. You throw them on the list if it sounds like it's going to be an auto. Quentin Johnston is at 2-1 for a touchdown, and then I'll flip it back to the other side. He's been getting opportunities, and we're only asking 9.5 yards, especially if Rodgers is forced into a little bit of a shootout here, which sounds like this may be the case. Or they'll at least have to try. But we're only asking 9.5 yards for my guy, Roman Wilson, on the Steelers. So I'll take a shot with him to at least get a 10-yard catch.
Well, it fits with Rodgers' game plan, which is basically throw the ball out to the tight end, throw the ball out to the backs, instead of scrambling and running for yards. Scrambling and throwing the ball deep down the field. He's much more likely to take it 5 yards at a pop. So yeah, I mean, I think any of their tight ends or any other running back, you get a number that's that low, it's certainly worth looking at.
All right. Fun games of all the other games that we haven't talked about. I got a couple of mine. I have one that really sticks out. I mean, do you have one that really sticks out to you?
Well, I mean, the one that should stick out
is the Ravens and the Vikings.
No, is the Lions and the Commanders.
Right. Well, that's the revenge game of that's the real revenge game of the week, because we're talking NFC playoff revenge, like real revenge, right?
Right.
We jokingly say that every week. This is the revenge game of the week. Here's real revenge for Detroit here against Washington.
Yes, and they are a team that's not going to take their foot off the pedal given an opportunity. Plus the fact that the Commanders, oh my goodness, they look. I mean, without McLaurin in there, Debo is not a number one level receiver.
Yeah.
They throw the ball to Ertz more than anybody. Even Merritt, I thought was going to. I tried to make a trade for Merritt in fantasy, and I thought I offered a pretty good price, but the other guy he wasn't trading Merritt. And thank goodness I didn't get him, because he's been very average. And then but you mentioned earlier, it all seems to revolve around the quarterback, and what a magical year he had last year. And this year, he just doesn't look like the same level of quarterback.
They lost Zacchaeus. They lost De'Ami Brown. I mean, they lost some guys.
But you watch these guys, even Nix. You watch Nix in the Raiders game, and how many times did he just throw it terrible passes,
right?
In the game, and no patience. I like you, I thought he was going to. Guys aren't open. I thought he's the kind of quarterback. Well, he'll scramble. He'll run for yards. He'll get receivers open by moving out of the pocket. He didn't do any of that in this Raiders game. It was shocking how bad he looked. And in watching the Commanders game last week against Seattle, man. They look clueless offensively in that game, and so I think Detroit. It's too bad, because we're talking about fun games of the week, and by fun games, I'm looking at 41-31, which this game could be if the Commanders were firing on any cylinders, but they aren't, and so. I'm just afraid that the Commanders are going to be the team that don't score enough to make this game a real pinball game, which is unfortunate because the more the Commanders score in this game, the more the Lions will score. They'll still get their numbers. They'll still score in the 30s in this game, but I want 40s. I don't know. I just don't see the incentive there that they just scored on us. We got to come right back and score on them. But I think Detroit should win this game rather handily.
This could be a death by bludgeoning too with the running backs. We talked about earlier in the season what fed me up about the Lions not being explosive is that they were, being successful at these nice long 10-minute, 11-minute drives, evaporating a whole quarter. I mean, could you see them doing that against Washington? Because Washington unable to stop them 3-4 plays in a row on the running short passing game. And then next thing you know, there's 8-9 minutes off the clock. All right, good luck, Mariota, coming back from 14 points down as time is fastly evaporating away. You almost get the sense they could just bludgeon them to death on the ground game if they wanted to.
I agree. And the thing is that Montgomery has not had a really good season for them, and he's very important to that team. If that team's going places down the line, they need to, last year it just seemed that when Montgomery was in the game, they had a better running game than when Gibbs was in the game. When Gibbs was in the game and they threw the ball out to Gibbs, but just his potential on the flanks, caused the other teams to guard passes differently. It just seemed they were a better passing team overall when Gibbs was out there. And when Montgomery was out there, they were a better running team. You just couldn't stop them. And I think that, they'd like to get back to that. And also Jameson Williams, we talked about him. He had a couple nice catches last week, but not a lot. But he's another guy where I think, if this is a get well kind of a game, they're going to want to try to get him going a little bit too. So he's going to be that guy when they're ahead 31-14 in the middle of the fourth quarter, and they should be grinding it out. No, let's get a deep one to him. Let's really, step on these guys that we don't like. But yes, I agree with you that I think this could be a really nice game for Montgomery.
49.5. So a little bit light on the yards there. That might be worth a look for sure. Taking them on even to get to 70 or something like that. And they're shortchanging Gibbs in the receive yards as well. I mean, he's an auto play in the receive yards for me. 22.5 is a good number. I'll take that over.
And what about Montgomery have a touchdown?
Let's see. Their touchdown props. We're getting better numbers on Montgomery before. Montgomery is even money, plus 100.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Yeah.
Because he, 49.5 is more than he's had in most of his games. Now, like I said, I think they're going to try to get him to that number. I think they'll get him over that number. But if they do, then it's a good chance he's going to bust one for a touchdown, which he's fully capable of doing. And he's also going to be the guy that the quarterback doesn't run down by the goal line. And so, he's going to be the guy they use down there, when he's on the field. So, I think the TD play is better than the rushing play.
All right. And Gibbs is minus 155 for a touchdown. St. Brown minus 145. Wow.
If this game plays out like the way I think it will, I think there's a very good chance all three of those guys do score.
All right.
And because they're not a team where they're not like the Colts where, we scored 5 touchdowns, but Taylor got 3.
Right.
They're a team that, we scored 5 touchdowns, and the quarterback's not going to, like I said, he's not going to run one in. And so they don't have, there are times when Gibbs scores 2 touchdowns, maybe St. Brown scores 2. They almost never get 3 because if they score 5 touchdowns, it's going to be 4 different guys to do it. So, getting St. Brown and Gibbs and Montgomery, that would be a nice ticket, rather than playing that game over, or Detroit over. It's individual point total, presuming that it's under 30, it's probably another solid play in this game.
Let's see here. Their point total is, and I just drew up a nice 36-1 ticket for everything that we just kind of discussed here in the late window. Detroit's point total, and they've done a real good job of, you have to dig deep to find these team totals now. Let's see. Detroit is 29.5. So you're right. Just just below 30.
Yeah. I think that's a very solid play as well.
All right. So why not take a shot here on Montgomery for a touchdown, St. Brown for a touchdown, Gibbs for a touchdown, Herbert over 1.5 passing touchdowns, McCaffrey and Puka Nacua for their reception total baselines, 5.5, 7.5, respectively. That pays 36-1.
Well, we still got a lot of games.
Yep. All right. So my fun game, and I already tipped my hat on that, is Minnesota and Baltimore. Now I get it. You can't trust Minnesota from week to week from what they're going to do. But if this is the McCarthy we're going to get, then at least this is better than what Wentz was bringing it to the table. And this brings Justin Jefferson back to life, and he was back to life last week. So I could see a game, because let's face it, the Ravens secondary is not the greatest either. So maybe the wide receiver props for the Vikings are all back on, which is what we kind of been hoping for would be the case forever, because we love to bet Justin Jefferson, especially when he's 9-1 for 2 touchdowns, which is higher odds than he's been at any point of the season. And here come the Ravens, which is you almost get the feeling, and they do, they play all over games, that they're just an auto overplay. And being inside in the turf here, both these purple uniform teams, I think, can put everything together to put up a lot of points. This could be, I'm not saying this is going to be Bears Bengals, where they get 89 points, but if this was something like 38-34, that wouldn't shock me. 34-31, something like that, I could see it. Because you know what? The Ravens will attack downfield, and I think McCarthy will attack downfield as well. And I think it's a green light basically for everybody. Bateman, who is a deep ball catcher himself, 25.5 is his baseline receiving yards. I mean, how do you not like that over? Likely he's at 25.5. How do you not like that over? Hawkinson's at 30.5. How do you not like that over? And Justin Jefferson is at 71.5. How do you not like that over? How do you not like Flowers over 68.5? So I expect somewhat of a full-on aerial assault here. We have question mark issues at health anyway for the Vikings. Let's just let this kid McCarthy sling it a little bit. Lamar wants to be a positive point in the passing game as well. I know, feed it to Derrick Henry, whatever, but that seems to, that everyone thought that was the game plan against Miami when the quarterback's coming back from being on the shelf. And it was anything but. It's just business as usual for the Ravens. They've now had 10 days off, so he's even healthier. I just think this is all signs point to over 48.5. In fact, I'm actually shocked it's actually this low. It probably is this low just because you can't trust the Vikings to play an over game, maybe necessarily. But we saw the life last week with the receivers coming back. And as long as McCarthy can be that spark plug against the Ravens defense, who really hasn't proven they can stop too much, although they were a little bit better against the Dolphins, although the Dolphins did move the ball between the 20s. I expect the Vikings to finish their drives, and I think we get points here in this game. So green light for everybody for me.
Yeah, I like everything you said. I think that neither one of these teams runs the ball effectively, which is surprising with Baltimore, in that they were such a good running team last year, but they're not that same level of running team this year for whatever reason. And I think that I think Flowers. And Minnesota has not been great against the pass, and Baltimore has not been great against the pass. So you've got two teams that have been disappointing running the ball, but won't have to run the ball in this game. I think that both should be able to pass the ball very effectively. And like you said, I just think that brings all the big names into play. So why not go with the biggest ones? And Jefferson sounds like a nice play. Flowers, I think, might be the best play of all. So I would think that Baltimore would, is going to win this game. I'm going to think, that they're going to have the better of the offensive numbers. And the way Jackson runs around and creates deep down the field opportunities, I think Flowers is a really good chance that he catches at least one long 150-yarder, which is going to push him way over his number here. So I think both quarterbacks are strong plays at minus 1.5 TDs. But I also think that I think Flowers is the best play in this game at over his receiving yards. And like you said, I think you've got Jefferson's number is very realistic as well. So I think all four of those plays to me are nice plays.
Let's see, 68.5. We mentioned that for Flowers. 71.5. We mentioned that for Jefferson to get over 1.5 touchdowns. McCarthy plus money, plus 102 over 1.5. Minus 188 for Lamar over 1.5. And Lamar is the one quarterback who can throw 4 passes, touchdown passes on a almost semi-regular basis, right? Plus 680 for him. And if he goes extreme with 4. But let's take a look at this 2 touchdown score, because we're going to have a lot of points, then we're going to have an opportunity on both sides for a guy to get 2 touchdowns. So we'll by default throw Jefferson in there because I like him at the 9-1. But I'll throw a couple different payouts for us here. If you put him with Henry, then we're at 42-1 odds. But Zay Flowers and Jefferson make a lot of sense. 78-1 odds for both of those guys for 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's worth throwing a dart at. I agree with that. I think that they among a lot of really good options in this game. I think that there's going to be a lot of passing and not a whole lot of resistance, and especially on Baltimore's side. I think you're going to see a lot of deep throwing, and so I think both of those guys. Jefferson always seems to find a way to score once or twice. But this should, to me, Flowers is your player of the game here.
I'll throw one more at you just because he is trending the right way, coming off the shelf himself, and that's likely. And Lamar loves him, but he's 25-1 for 2. If you put him with Jefferson, then you're getting 150-1 odds on that. So I think you can sprinkle it all along. Jefferson with each of those 3 guys, Henry, Flowers, and likely. And maybe one of them hits. All right. So green light there. I think Tampa Bay and the Patriots can be a fun game. I really do. I think Baker will make it that way. I think the Patriots have nothing to lose here. You talked about weather being a factor in November. 80 degrees and no winds is the forecast for 1 o'clock to kick off for the Pats and the Bucks. Now, will this be played more like a playoff type of game, maybe? And the Patriots haven't seen better opposition, and the Bucks are going to be a good litmus test for them. But the Buccaneers too now have a quality opponent coming at home, someone that they can get a good feather in their cap for their end of things if they can beat them. So maybe this is played a little bit more defensively, but both of these quarterbacks have been superb. And I think you got to trust that that's still going to be just the case here. I think it's a green light for both sides of the ball offensively. And the Patriots have been good on defense. So maybe a test for Baker too. I'm just going to trust the Baker factor and the Baker mojo that he's going to be able to get it done at home. And if he does, it's going to be because of a speedster. And probably Vrabel's maybe worst nightmare, being an Ohio State alumnus himself, and that's Egbuka, as he's poised perhaps to have another huge game here if he can. We get Bucky Irving back, right? Although he was on my list and now he's off. So maybe we don't have him back.
Yeah, right.
Interesting. I think this is a higher scoring game just because of the quarterbacks are trending that way. And they've have all the things we've said in the season that has been up and down, parity aside, there's been a couple things that you can trust for sure. And it's been Baker and it's been the quarterback here, Drake May, for the Patriots. So another game I think can go over the total 48.5. Your thoughts?
I don't know. I don't see it that way. New England has had a really good season. They haven't played the toughest of schedules. They did play a game at Buffalo. This would probably rank as either co-favorite or number 2 on the list of toughest opponents they played all year. And what concerns me about Tampa's missing or has been missing a lot of offensive pieces. And while Baker it tends to be amazing, not having Evans, not having Godwin, not having McMillan, not having Bucky Irving. I mean, you can't do it by yourself. And even Egbuka's numbers have not been great in recent weeks, as he's been the kind of the lone wolf out there.
Right.
We've seen, these random guys named Dez, showing up and catching passes. It's just not conducive to long-term success, especially against a team like New England that's played very well this year and really pays attention to detail on defense. They're not going to give you freebies, and so they're going to make you earn it. And I'm not sure Tampa, given their personnel, is a team that's going to earn 3 or 4 different touchdowns in a game like this. So, I think New England's got a chance to win this game. And whether Irving plays or not, I think makes a difference. If Irving plays, obviously it gives Tampa a lot better chance because at least they can differentiate between running and passing. But I just don't see Tampa's offense having a big game here against New England's defense, which is going to mean Tampa's defense better play well. And they're capable of it. I think this will be about as good a unit as New England has seen all year. And so, and May doesn't need to prove anything. I think he's had a great season, but this is going to be a nice indication, a nice midterm exam for where he's at. And, I'm not going to be surprised if this is not one of his better games either. So I don't see your green light on this game. I think it should be a entertaining game in the sense that it should be close. I think it'll come down to a field goal, but I think it's more likely to be somewhere in the 21-20 range. So I'm going to pass on this.
All right. I do have Baker with everything that you said and a good New England defense. Baker's rush yards are at 14.5. That does seem light to me.
It does, but New England, I just think that they're a very solid defense. They're not, they're going to recognize that Baker is the kind of guy that the more he's able to scramble, the more he's able to create for himself, the better things are going to go for that offense. So I'm not going to be surprised if they're able to rein him in some way. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him run for those key first down. Make him throw the ball to the second and third rate receivers who are out there because of the injuries. So I don't know. I'll give credit to the New England defense there that they can keep him contained.
All right. And on deck for my Patriots on next Thursday night will be the Jets and my little division bet ticket game. early line in that game, Patriots minus 10.5. If I'm looking to take the Jets plus 10.5 on a ever so slight hedge. Okay. Any other fun games to you?
Well, I mean, in terms of
We got a lot of
too
wind
bad.
in Chicago, so that's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's too bad that the Jets game, Jets defense, which wasn't very good, is now, they even have a varsity level defense anymore. I mean, they got no players left. They just gave away their top cornerback and their top defensive lineman on a team that hasn't stopped anybody in a month. And so it's
a Judkins game.
Oh man, who they playing? And I can't wait to jump on some of those players. But it's Cleveland, and what yes, somebody from Cleveland's going to have a decent game. I think Judkins might be coming back, or he was healthy. I don't know. There was questions about him, and they have other options there. So I mean, it's unfortunately becomes a stay away game because of that. I think New Orleans is another team that why do you give up one of your most productive offensive players? I understand you're not having much of a season, but that is a clear sign to the rest of the team that you've given up on them. I think that they go into this game in a terrible mindset. I think that Carolina, which has been a huge surprise, now not because they're they're not nearly as good as their record would indicate, but they're going to come into this game in a far different frame of mind than New Orleans is. And I think that just means Carolina is going to be able to run the ball very effectively. The team that tries the hardest is generally the one who's able to, win the battle at the line of scrimmage. You do that with Carolina's running game. I think they can run the ball all day long. I think Dowdle in this game, who's been very good all season, and now he started to lose carries there. Hubbard came back, but now it's clear cut again that Dowdle's their guy. I mean, to me, he's as good a 2-touchdown projection as anybody, probably over 100 yards, given his workload. I think he's someone who's got to be on.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But what are his numbers?
Let's see. His rushing yard is 89.5, and his touchdown is minus 140. So that comes cheap for 1 and plus 460 for 2. And even if you want to take it to 3, he's at 25 to 1, which you can't rule it out only because last week, did you see the stats pertaining to the win for Carolina at Green Bay? The quarterback throws for 102 yards. That's it. In victory, he throws for 102 yards, and they never punt the ball. How about that?
Well, they've, I mean, you don't win a lot in the NFL by dominating the running game. But in a matchup like this is the perfect time to be playing New Orleans because they've been competitive. I think they've overachieved in some ways for most games, but then what happens is, right when you think that, hey, we got a lot of pride here, the ownership comes in and says, all right, we're trading away one of our top offensive weapons because we don't care anymore. It's like, that's got to deflate you immediately. And the type of team you don't want to play in your very next game when you're not 100%, invested in a game is on the road against a team that's just going to try to run the ball down your throat every play. And that's exactly who they've drawn in this game. And I just think that just based on emotion alone, this is a 10-point difference than if New Orleans actually cared in this game, because these teams in general are fairly equal. But no, I don't see that going into this game. I don't see them being equal at all on an emotional level. And then the matchup just says, Carolina, who, as you said, demonstrated that they're perfectly willing to do this. They could run the ball 40 different times this game, and Dowdle could get 25 to 30 of them. So, yeah, 3 touchdowns. It's unrealistic, but given the price there of all the players in the league, I think it's worth a stab. That's the kind of thing where I was talking about. If you take your top 2 or 3, plays where you wouldn't play them by themselves. Taylor, at his minus 320, and Herbert at minus 1.5 TD passes, or Jackson at minus 1.5 TD passes. Things like, all right, these things are going to happen. Parlay those 3 things together, you're lucky to get 4 to 1. But okay, now throw Dowdle 3 touchdowns on there,
Right.
And so now all of a sudden, oh geez, they're giving me a power boost on a thing that was already, would you say 25 to 1 or 22 to 1 or something, and I get the 3 gimme power boost on it. That's going to jack that up to 40 to 1. All right, I'll take a shot with that. I'll take a shot basically on Dowdle 40 to 1 to score 3 touchdowns. So, but I do think that his rushing yards, 89.5 sounds high. I think he gets there easily given the amount of volume he's going to get. And then the 1 TD, I think minus 140 is another thing where if they score a touchdown in this game, and they're going to score 2 or 3, he's very, very likely to be that guy. So,
yeah. If you have a 5-player ticket, he's got to be on one. Like for 1 touchdown. I mean, minus 140 is so cheap for him to get 1.
So, I think you can find a variety of ways to use him, but I think that, among all the players we've talked about, other than Taylor, I may be even equal to Taylor. He's someone who you've got to mix and match with in a variety of ways, and his numbers are a lot better than Taylor's numbers in terms of what you're going to get for those. Same thing. 1 touchdown. One guy's minus 320, the other's minus 140. Gee, I know which one I'd want.
All right. Just for example's sake, I'm not saying I'm actually going to do this, but these are some of the plays that we talked about, and just using that as an example with Rico Dowdle at 25 to 1. So now, we just kind of sprinkle on top a few things. Like you said, we'll take Taylor for a touchdown. We'll take his yards over 91.5. We'll take Zay Flowers yards. We'll take Jefferson yards. We'll take Herbert over his 1.5. We've now taken that 25 to 1, and it would turn into 291 to 1.
Yeah.
So that's how you do it.
Yeah. Well, there's, right. There's, this is your expertise. I'm much more interested in turning that 25 to 1 into 50 to 1, by throwing in some of these sure things. But you'll take it to the next level or 2. And that's great. I mean, that's where, you're the one with the experience there. That you hit one of these and it pays.
Oh. Well, I appreciate those words on the expertise. We'll try to definitely capitalize on that this week for sure. Okay, I mean, the only other team I see on the list that might be worth throwing something on for a prop, if we can find it somewhere. I mean, I guess my main question would be, is it Josh Allen or is it Cook this week, or is it both? Really? Probably they both find the end zone against Miami, right?
Well, Miami played them pretty competitively the first time around. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't see that happening again. I'd rather talk about the Bears.
Go for it.
Having seen the Giants play last week against the 49ers, like I said, 49ers have not, despite McCaffrey's pretty decent numbers, a lot of which have come in the passing game. The 49ers ran the ball in that game way better than they've run the ball in any other game. It had nothing to do with what they were doing. And it was the same mediocre offensive line, the same McCaffrey, the same backup quarterback playing. And so I was shocked at what a bad running defense New York put out there. Now, here comes Chicago at home. Who knows what the weather's going to be like there now. All the more reason to run the ball. Question is, who's going to be running the ball for them? If they get Swift back this week, and I don't know that that's been determined yet, or if he's definitely out, then either way, I think it creates a really nice play for whoever that running back's going to be. If it's something where, they're going to try it, but they're not sure. I don't know why they would do something like that. He's a big part. Swift, I'm talking about, big part of their offense moving forward. And the backup, he's been just fine. I think he could have a big game if given the opportunity of Swift not being there. So, give me whoever, if it really is Swift and, he's all systems go for this game, then he becomes a nice play. Or if he's out, and then, Monagai or whatever you pronounce
Monagai,
I think that, his numbers will be a lot better. And that would actually be a better play because I don't think that the Giants are stopping either one of them. I just like to see it be identified beforehand that it's going to be one or the other and not just a split thing.
And if we have extreme winds, then they're definitely getting, the ball. They're definitely getting the ball more than what they even would have originally.
Right. Like I said, I watch a lot of football. I don't know that I've ever seen at that level a defense who was that clueless against a very simple running game. And I think that, again, you factor in the weather. The Giants have got to be demoralized with not only they lose their top receiver, then they lose their top running back. What's left for this team? What was so encouraging there, a month ago, and now all of a sudden you've got to, you really got to worry about the quarterback.
Right.
Is he going to be kind of what happened in Washington? Is he just going to be a sitting duck back there?
Right.
And we got nobody to throw the ball to or not running the ball well. Why are we putting this guy in harm's way? And in fact, the coach got criticized for having him in there late in that game when things were going so poorly. And then the guy got hurt. Every coach has to worry about that. And that's how you lose your job. You've got this franchise quarterback in Dart and you're losing this game 31-7, the start of the fourth quarter. Well, why in the world is he still in there? You've got to protect. You're not rallying, not without Neighbors, not without Scatterbo. No, you're not rallying against this team. So get him out of there and get your Danny DeVito or whoever your backup quarterback is in that game. So, but anyway, so I just think that this is a weatherproof play, even if it's cold. It's going to be cold, but even if it's rainy a little, the Chicago running game will put up big numbers in this game. I just hope it's not, each one of them getting 75 yards because that would be a waste. I think either one of them is very capable of going over 100 yards with a touchdown or two in this matchup. But that's probably for Sunday morning.
49.5 is listed for Swift right now. And Monangai is at 48.5. And honestly, maybe you just take them both early because you might get a void on Swift and get a good number on Monangai still before he gets inflated. And then if Swift is a green light, you might get them both still to hit their number, to be honest.
Yeah, that's an interesting approach because, yes, worst case scenario, they're both going to play. And if they both play, those are both very reasonable numbers. One of them is definitely gone over.
The worst case scenario might be the best case scenario.
Right. That's the thing. If they both play,
Right.
they're both capable. If they're going to split carries, then both will have a chance to go over that number.
Right.
And if one guy's a complete scratch, well, great. Then you get your money back, and then you got a freebie on the other guy. So maybe that is the wise thing to do, is just jump on them both now and take your chances that, well, you know what, it's very possible we're going to split these. But it's also very possible that this could pay off big for one or the other. So I mean, obviously, it's not if Swift plays, Monongai's also going to play some. So if Swift's in there, then maybe Monongai's not going to get to his number. But if Swift is only a part-time participant and the coach goes in thinking we're going to split carries between these guys, I'll tell you what, each one of these guys gets 12 carries in this game. They're both going over 50 yards. So I like it. There you go again, coming up with something, a creative way to make a questionable situation into a profitable one. So well done.
Even more profitable. And we talked about parity, but this is the time of the year where, like you said, some teams are going to, maybe start to be demoralized, have a bad mindset. I mean, you just mentioned the Saints and now the Giants as well, missing a bunch of pieces. I mean, once Scatterbo went out, you felt like that was all the year getting deflated out of the raft at one time. So maybe from here on out, just a fade of the Saints and the Giants.
Well, and you're going to have to throw the Jets in there.
Right.
I mean, maybe we're going to be
right.
Late to that party. I'm not going to be surprised if even Cleveland can go in there and really embarrass the Jets this week. And we're going to be kicking ourselves for saying, "Oh man, why did we?"
I'm going to bet Judkins and hope. I'm going to bet him and hope that he's healthy. I am.
Yeah. Well, again, it is worth, because even if it's not him, even if it's Sampson, is that the?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to dig for that one, but that might not be a bad play for anytime touchdown here. Let's see. That's a good late call.
Right, and so
Sampson. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, I mean,
Dylan Sampson, 12-1 for a touchdown.
Yeah, and went in that, oh man, this guy's been practicing full speed all week. He's 100% go. He's going to get 75% of our carries in this game. Then they've got to enter that equation, and obviously they're going to have a lot bigger numbers than Taylor or Dowdle would have. But if that's not the case, and they're going to end up splitting carries in those two games, kind of knock both of them out of the equation. Well, then it comes down to Dowdle and Taylor, I think that Dowdle playing a weaker opponent and on a team that has demonstrated that they're perfectly willing to play, Navy style football. Just hand the ball off every single play. This guy, he could run 30 times. And if that's the case, then he's your rushing leader for the week.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, we had the internet drop out ever so briefly on our end. So that would be my fault from trying to plug in this game with the Falcons and the Colts, in which we have no score. 10:09 left in the first quarter. The Colts go for it, not quite at the red zone, just outside the red zone. They go for it on fourth down. They do not convert. And now Atlanta marches across midfield. Kyle Pitts drops a ball that falls right in his hands. It looks like, was that blocked out of the way? Is that good defense or a drop? It looked like it got nicked away at the very last second, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt of not dropping it. Kyle Pitts, who I do not have in any props. Okay, do I have a ticket or two for this morning? Yeah, let's go ahead and pull it up real quick. Let's see what I got. Not too late to hop on if you want to. And let's see here. We have, as exciting as I draw up the lines here, and the sports book. Let's see here. So we got a couple things going on in this game. We did have a profit boost for the anytime touchdown score. So we went ahead and used that. And we have 3 players. We took a shot with Warren, Daniel Jones, and Algier. So Tyler Algier, Daniel Jones, Tyler Warren. 10 pays over $600 on the boost. And now you got a live line on that. And the Falcons are doing Falcon things here. As it looks like they've just turned the ball over in terrible fashion. So the Colts now with opportunity number 2 coming up. We also have Tyler Algier straight up on a very small bet for 2 touchdowns. And we have Tyler Algier for 40 rushing yards. Why Algier? Maybe. Why not is the kind of the weird question. Tough game to handicap for me. I want to have a little bit of action. I saw that our Algier just at 20 yards was at even money. Figured he'd have a chance to counterfeit Bijan on a Sunday morning to piss everybody else off who has Bijan. So I just kind of went with that angle as the counterfeiter, as the robber. And, sometimes it'll work out. Sometimes it won't. 9:45 here on the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave along here in just a few minutes. Dave Dolgrandi, great as usual. The Ant Man, he'll be chiming in at some point. We'll go through Survivor Pool and the whole slate. So what we'll do right now real quick is let's come up with a ticket with you guys. And we'll do the art of making tickets. as I go ahead and pull up that graphic. And if you want to send us a text on the text hotline, 757-354-5517. Our man True Allah chimes in, wanting to know the Mark Andrews prop, 2 touchdowns for Mark Andrews. We'll talk about that game a lot with the Ravens and the Vikings. But 10-1, not anything crazy. Mark Andrews kind of downplayed on that. So an El Cheapo number for Mark Andrews for 2 after he got 2 last week. And here we go. Jonathan Taylor into the end zone for a touchdown. So everybody out there who has Jonathan Taylor for a touchdown or 2, then you're off into good shape. This is going to be a short one. They're right at the 1-yard line when this happens, basically up the gut. And the Colts have 6 on the board. They take the early lead over the Falcons. So Mark Andrews' numbers deflated is the right word, I think. Let's see. What do we want to focus on today? You know what? The one thing I don't have, again, is running back receive yards on my ticket. So should we go ahead and build those up right now? I kind of have some extremes on wide receivers. I've kind of scattered everything a little bit. I already got a ticket on quarterback rushing yards. I kind of went super extreme on that. I don't want to lead you down any roads of super extreme. I want you to think for yourself. But let's kind of come up with a good, not so conservative, nice payout. Let's not stretch our imagination too crazy type of play where we can all benefit and win. So let's take a look at wide receiver or running back receive yards. And we'll come up with 5 of them. And let's just see what game might ring a bell off the top. We got Jacksonville and the Texans. Woody Marks comes to mind, but he's been pretty quiet in terms of getting over his number. He has a new quarterback as well, so maybe that changes things. Good weather, so that makes it playable, maybe. We'll put that on the maybe list. With the Bears and the Giants, you expect dump-off passes, right? The Giants don't have anyone to pass it to for the most part. We could have a share at running back with the Bears. We know we're getting Tyrone Tracy out of the Giants here. He didn't do it last week. Kind of disappointing for me, thinking he was going to get more opportunities. But maybe he does this week. So let's take a look at Tyrone Tracy's number here on the Art of Making Tickets. And let's see if we want to plug him in as a potential running back receiver for us in this game against the Bears. So if we look at him, and we're looking for a number now that's right around plus 300 that we're going to be comfortable with. And the yards needed to obtain that. The thing is, when we're choosing 5 players, as for the super payout and to make it even worth the bet, you almost have to take plus 300 or more. Anytime you're down to like plus 210, plus 180, that's going to really dilute the product. So we're almost kind of forced into trying to find longer odds type of guys to make this payout. But let's see. At 30 yards today for Tracy, he's up plus 240. And at 40 yards, he's up plus 430. So let's go ahead and just take a chance on the 40 yards at plus 430, knowing that will kind of beef us up pretty decently as is. Let's see. The Ravens and the Vikings, in which could definitely be a higher scoring game. Now, let's go with maybe a real under-the-radar running back in this regard. If we can get his number here, let's see if it's available. I'm talking about Derrick Henry. Get Derrick Henry out in the flats against the Vikings, and maybe he can cause some extreme havoc. But for Derrick Henry just to get 15 yards, is that plus 310 today? So let's take a shot on that. He has not been doing good at receiving this year, but he has in past years. And in a game that's liable to go up and down the field, then there's a chance for Henry at least just to get 15 yards. The Atlanta turnover comes from a Michael Penix getting drubbed from behind, and he fumbles the ball. So 6-0 Colts as their extra point is no good. I'm not sure if they went for 2 or if they tried to kick for 1, but here they are with 6. And here's Drake London crossing midfield for Atlanta now. So Atlanta will try to answer the touchdown from the Colts. So Derrick Henry will take 15 yards over for him. So that gives us 2 players. I think we got to look at this Browns-Jets game. And, I mean, I don't think we're giving enough credit to Breece Hall here. In fact, he's going to get kind of run over a lot of times. He's 13.5 for his receive yards. I think we just take a shot on that, right? Let's get him away from that good defensive line for Cleveland. Let's get him kind of out in the flats as well. Gives Justin Fields an easy dump-off option. And with a baseline of just 13.5 for Breece Hall, which has to be like an all-time low, to be honest. Let's buy that stock extremely low. For 30 yards for Hall, we can get plus 340. But for 40, all he has to do is break one. We can get plus 680. How about that? So let's plug into 680. That's a nice number we now have paired with Henry for 15, Tyrone Tracy for 40. We'll look for Breece Hall for 40 as well. The Carolina is going to run the ball. The Saints, they'd be wise to get it to Kamara maybe in the flats. Let's just pass that game. We have the Bills and the Dolphins, where running backs don't seem to be the beneficiary of Josh Allen passes for the most part. Guys like Devin Achane are always very live. Achane had a good game against the Bills this last time out. So let's just go ahead and take a look at him. Hopefully we're getting a somewhat low number on him as we want to try to fly through the roof. He's a 32.5 right now. So we're really going to have to stretch Achane to get to somewhere of a respectable payout. At 50 yards, he is at plus 255. Magic number of plus 420 when he gets to 60 yards or more. So let's pass on Achane for a moment. I think we have a good shot here at the Travion Henderson. The Pats are down Butte today. They're going to have to try to win this game against a real opponent, let's just say. They've had somewhat of a softer schedule. So this is quite the litmus test. And in order to do that, you might be a little bit more reserved and cautious. And that means passes to the running back, right? We've seen Travion Henderson trend up a little bit. He's at 23.5 for his baseline. Let's see what they'll give us for a max. I don't think they'll give us 50 yards. They will give us, yeah, they will. 50 yards at plus 460. I think we take a shot as he could get a lot of attention out of the backfield today. In fact, his reception number, if you're going to do something with receptions, this is a good candidate for receptions today as well. There's a few of those. The Rashid Shaheed one is ridiculous. We'll get to that one. We get to it. But, you know, as much as Dave Delgrandy said, let's wait a week on that. I mean, he has played with Kubiak. After further investigating, he did play in the same sort of offense just last season under Kubiak. We got a couple of cornerbacks missing for the Cardinals. So Shaheed props could go on, and for just 6 catches at plus 680, maybe that's worth a shot. But the Travion Henderson receptions, Puka's at 7.5. You got to love that. 6 catches for Henderson today is at plus 350. 7 catches is at plus 630. I think I'd rather just take the yards and hope he breaks 1 or 2, to be honest. I don't know if he gets 6 catches. That seems like an awful lot for him for a decent payout. All right, so we got 4 guys. We need to find one more. Seattle, they'll drive me up the wall with their running backs trying to catch. So will the Cardinals, so we'll pass on that one. We'd always take Jahmyr Gibbs against the Commanders. We can always take McCaffrey or Kyron Williams here, or even like Jaylen Warren here tonight for the Steelers. Let's go ahead and take McCaffrey. We're going to have to shoot for the stars with McCaffrey, but he's going to get the work. He's going to get a workload. Let's be honest. So maybe he just happens to do it. And he is a beast. And he did get the over against the Rams the last time they did it. He got a super over as well. So let's just try not to break what has worked for us beforehand at this point. If we need to rely on one guy at the end of the day to get it done for us, it's Christian McCaffrey. 80 yards is plus 340. That's how high you have to go with him today if you want to win this bet. Let's just do it. That sounds ridiculous. I'd rather have a shorter shot on the board. But you know what? Give me McCaffrey over to Seattle, guys, all day long. So the art of making tickets is this. I'll try to post this at some point. I mean, we get into such the heat of battle of making picks. It's kind of hard to do this post-production during the show. But for the art of making tickets today, we're looking at running back receive yards. And jot this down, guys. Tyrone Tracy, 40 yards or more at plus 430. Derrick Henry, 15 yards or more at plus 340. Breece Hall, 40 yards or more at plus 680. Travion Henderson, 50 yards or more at plus 460. And Christian McCaffrey, a ridiculous 80 yards or more at plus 340. If we go ahead and let's see here. We'll go ahead and do $1 legs. This will be a $16 bet altogether. In fact, we're going to do a little bit less. We're going to go 90 cents because this gets us under the tax the tax bracket, if you know what that means. If you know big payouts, you know what the tax bracket is as far as getting paid out. But these 5 guys, we're going to take them. And if we get 3 of the 5, we'll get $160 off of $1. If we get 4 of the 5, then we're going to be looking at $1,400 or so. And if we can sweep the board, we'll get a nice $9,500 total investment of $15.40 today. That is the art of making tickets. Once again, Tyrone Tracy, alt yards. Derrick Henry, alt yards, all receiving. Breece Hall, Travion Henderson, and Christian McCaffrey. Put them where you want them, but try to aim for plus 300 or better, I suggest. All right. Let's go ahead and pop on the camera number 2 here, as we now have Nephew Dave settled into the studio. Nephew Dave, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Doing well.
7-6 Atlanta. Look at this. Dave, did you see who scored for the Falcons?
Algier.
Did he really?
Yep. Tyler Algier.
Who's got Tyler Algiers for 2 touchdowns straight up today? Was it a long run?
No, it was right at the goal line.
And the Colts already back across midfield. So, contrary to all these, and they go for the end zone, and they got it.
Wow.
Alec Pierce.
Well, I have Jones as my fantasy
Who I had on a ticket at some point, but I'll pull them off of it. Just trying to – I wanted to play this game light. But, man, look at this. Alec Pierce. What do you have, Mac? Daniel Jones for what?
He's my fantasy quarterback in one of my leagues.
All right, so that helps you out good, right? And he already had some passing yards. Too.
Right.
All right, so this game's fun. Here, the bomb to the end zone. Colts go ahead. 40-yard catch for Alec Pierce. If you have him going today, he scored. Tyler Algiers has now scored, and Jonathan Taylor. So somewhere out there, someone has that ticket. They've cashed home already. So good for them. Dave, let's go with the updated lines and survivor picks. Let's knock that out of the way.
All right.
We'll get to the whole slate. What do you got?
All right, let's start off. Buffalo is in Miami taking on the Dolphins. 50.5 is your number here with a minus 9.5 for the Bills. And I think that's probably, if you have them, the obvious play today, isn't it?
It's a decent play for sure. Yeah, maybe it's the obvious one. I'm out of survivor, knocked out with the Packers. last week. So I am KO'd. I need to drink my sorrows away. So no more Survivor pool for me, but I won it last year, so you can't win every year. Right?
That's right.
The Bills sound decent. I'll put them on the consideration list. What else?
Baltimore is in Minnesota taking on the Vikings. 48.5 is your number there. -3.5 for the Ravens on the road. It would be a pass for me.
Yeah, you'd be out of your mind to consider this for Survivor.
Either one of them. All right, the Patriots, they're in Tampa. Big test today. 48.5 is your number here. Tampa -2.5 at home. Also a pass.
Pass.
Saints, they're taking on Carolina. It's in Carolina. 38.5 is your number here. -5.5 for the Panthers at home. It would be a pass for me, but I could see a scenario where you might take the Panthers.
I'd consider it. I'd consider Carolina today.
Yeah, absolutely. The Giants, they're in Chicago taking on the Bears. That could get ugly for them. 45.5 is your number. -4.5 for the Bears. I think the Bears are takeable today as well.
The Bears are a halfway decent selection. The weather is kind of tricky today for Chicago. That's the one thing.
Right. Jacksonville, they're taking on Houston. It's in Texas. 37.5 is your number. Look at this. -1.5 for the Jags on the road. I don't like either. I would pass.
I will pass.
All right. The Browns, they're taking on the Jets. It's in New York. 37.5 is your number. -1.5 for the Browns on the road. Way pass.
Pass. Jonathan Taylor.
Blow by that one.
Jonathan Taylor has 39 yards rushing for all those interested in that. I have him on a super extreme of 150. So he's done his work for the first quarter.
All right. The Cardinals, they're taking on the Seahawks. It's in Seattle. 45.5 is your number here. -7 for the Seahawks at home. I guess you could take the Seahawks here. Divisional game, I think I would look for another pick, but I could see why you would take the Seahawks today.
If you took my Tyler Algier over 20 yards bet, you only need 6 more to go.
Ooh, there you go.
I could see the Seahawks.
Detroit is in Washington at 4:30. 49.5 is your number here. -8.5 for the Lions on the road. If you have the Lions at 5, they're 5-3 right now. I think I would take them this week if you could.
Fading your team. We're going to get to it eventually. I'm definitely interested to hear. You'll be more on the comedic side than the press side, I think.
It is what it is at this point.
Yeah. The Lions have not been playing that super great. Would it shock you if Mariota kept it competitive today? It wouldn't shock me.
No, it wouldn't shock me, and I hope so.
Everyone in the world's going to have
everything going against the
Detroit
Commanders.
-8.5 today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The bookies are dying to have the Commanders cover this game. That's all I'm going to say on that. Especially in the late window.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. The Rams are taking on the Niners. 49.5 is your number here. -5.5 for the Rams on the road. How about that? That's a pretty decent big number on the road for the Rams. But that would be a pass Survivor-wise.
There's no defense in this game.
No.
There's going to be 1,000,000 points in this football game with the Colts and the Falcons. I'm going to say that right now. We should have known that.
Yeah.
Two dome teams coming into this game, but they're not in the dome. They are outside, kind of in the gloominess of Germany. But Bijan Robinson with a couple of nice back-to-back runs now for him as the Falcons cross midfield again. What else?
All right, late game tonight. Steelers are in L.A. cross country. 45.5 is your number there. -3 for the Chargers at home. Give me a pass Survivor-wise.
Pass.
All right, and if you're gonna do it, don't do it. Don't do it. But if you're gonna do it, and you gotta have your Survivor on Monday night, Philly is taking on the Green Bay Packers.
There will be someone who forgets who needs to do that game.
Right. Yep. It always happens. Packers are at home. It's in Lambeau. 45.5 is your number here. Look at this, Steve. -1.5 for the Packers at home. Would be a huge pass for me.
If your back's against the wall and you're in trouble, just take the Eagles. I mean, if you lose with them, you lose with them.
Right.
I can't say I trust either team at the moment, but I definitely don't feel like I can trust Green Bay.
No, definitely not.
If Green Bay can lose to Carolina at home, they certainly can lose to Philadelphia.
Sure.
All right, 4th down for Atlanta. All right, let's go through the slate of games. I hate to even just start here. My first game is Jacksonville and Houston. What are we going to tell you about this one, Dave? I mean, -1.5 for Houston, 37.5. CJ Stroud is bye-bye. It's Davis Mills and Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, boy.
Who, as much as I kill the Jaguars here in the last couple of weeks, it's amazing that they're 5-3. That's like a complete Houdini act to me of how this team's 5-3. They feel every bit of like a 3-5 team. But here they are. They could be 6-3 if they win at Houston today. Now, Davis Mills is a capable backup at this point. He was a starter for a couple of seasons for the team. So you wonder if they're going to miss anything there, to be honest. Nico Collins receiving yards of 64.5. Parker Washington's my favorite at the Jags, 45.5. So there's no Brian Thomas Jr. today either. Wow. Jacoby Myers is at 34.5. Christian Kirk at 29.5. 37.5 for Dalton Schultz. Xavier Hutchinson, 17.5 is interesting. He's been getting catches. I mean, you're going to get some cheap numbers here on some Texan receivers, right? Woody Marks is just at 14.5. Your boy De'Ami Brown is at 32.5. I mean, someone has to catch the ball at the end of the day. Maybe it is Woody Marks at 14.5. Just go to him one more time. But Xavier Hutchinson at 17.5, I'm going to at least jot him down for now. And because if we stretch his number out to something cool, if you just were listening to the art of making the tickets with the running backs, it's the same thing with the receiver. I mean, let's take him up to 40 yards for a wide receiver. And he's plus 420 today. So against the Jacksonville defense, I mean, come on. You can't give me 40 yards by Xavier Hutchinson, Davis Mills, maybe. So you consider something like that. We'll put him on a list for now. The touchdown passes today for Davis Mills for 3. He's at plus 520. And for the Jags, for Trevor Lawrence, plus 750, giving a lot of credit to this Houston defense today. Anytime touchdown scores. Nico Collins is plus 160. You're getting plus money on everybody. ETN plus 165. Parker Washington, again, he's your third favorite to score. That just tells you something about this game.
Right.
Plus 260. Woody Marks, 3-1. Dalton Schultz, 3-1. Jacoby Myers, plus 310. My man, Bray Schultz-Tootin, plus 410. And he's been scoring. So, if you want to obscure a guy to get a touchdown today on a ticket, Tootin's not the worst one in the world. If you want to round robin one guy of semi-randoms who could score, Tootin would be a good one, to be honest, at plus 410 to put on that list. Trevor Lawrence, plus 480 for a touchdown. He can certainly take matters into his own hands against that defense for Houston. Let's see, 2 touchdowns today.
Man, Steve, do we even start madness with this game?
I don't know how you can.
I don't either.
I mean, there's room to leave some guys out of our touchdown madness, which is our 2 touchdown scores of long shots. Let's see what we got for 2 touchdowns here. As I don't even have it on the main page.
Would it be somebody maybe like Jacoby Myers or Woody Marks?
You worry about Jacoby Myers just not knowing the offense. I think Woody Marks would be a decent one at 30-1, to be honest.
Yeah. You
How
want to
about
start
that?
off with that?
Yeah, let's throw him on.
All right.
So let me start a new ticket. I really want Tyler Algiers to get another touchdown real fast and just put this win in the bank on the air.
Right.
Woody Marks is not a bad call today, to be honest.
Well, it's got to be somebody, right?
I mean, this game could easily be a sneaky over game in a way. Just 37.5 is the total. I'll look at some old numbers in a minute. The Texans don't play over games, but they will. At some point, they will, why not against the division rival where this game ends up being something like 37-34. As the candidates you'd at least expect that always kind of have these high-scoring games. So this fits the mold in that regard. And for 2 touchdown madness today, let's go ahead and throw on Woody Marks at 30-1. Other guys are Myers at 30-1. Chubb is 30-1. Dalton Schultz 30-1. Parker Washington 22-1. ETN is at 13-1. And Nico Collins is at 12-1 today for 2 touchdowns. For the sneaky over-under,
Ooh, Daniel Jones for about 14 yards scramble.
Nice. For the sneaky over today, let's just use 52.5 as a number. And if you want to do that, you're going to get 6-1 odds. Maybe just on some small ticket of, play a $5 round robin, throw an over 52.5 on a use. Throw all the unlikely candidates you can think of on a ticket. You're bound to win. So over 52.5 at plus 600. If you find something similar like that on 3 other plays, that's going to be a nice little pay in round robin for $5. And that could easily pay out $4,000 or $5,000. So, you're asking too much in over. Maybe the defense scores 3 times for you. It makes it an over again. Right? So your thoughts on this game, Dave?
So Steve, I definitely I could see it, but in that regard, I am going to go against the grain here. Against you there. I think this
I'm
game
not saying I'm doing it. I'm just throwing it out.
Right. No, definitely. This game, the Houston Texans defense is still pretty decent, right? I think they kind of keep this game more towards the under myself, Steve. I am going to play Jacoby Myers for 2 at 28-1. I'm going to give that a shot. So we'll see, Steve. But if you're asking me, I think this game leans towards the under. Houston defense, Jacksonville. I'm just not. I'm not so sure. 5-3, like you said, with a real possibility of being 6-3. But still not somebody I trust. Steve, let's go with the under today.
All right. The Bears are 4.5 and 45.5. I'm generally passing on that game, I think. But maybe I will take that Hutchinson receive yards. Yeah, I'll do something small. With Hutchinson receive yards all over, I'll throw Tootin in for a touchdown on a single player round robin. And then we'll try to super crazy over, knowing that we'll probably lose it. All right, the Bears minus 4.5 and 45 hosting the Giants. Both of us just said you could consider the Bears a survivor pick. Weather is an issue today. Dave, I just feel like the Giants got deflated when Scatterbill went out.
Absolutely.
Like you can feel the giant balloon just get popped.
Yep.
And better days ahead for this Giants team who lost 2 really nice young pieces. You wonder if at some point Dart's just going to be under siege. The Chicago defense, not necessarily menacing, but a little bit better maybe as of late against some of these superior opponents. But I like the Bears here, Dave. I think the Bears cover. I think they win by a couple scores at home. I think this is just a bad spot for the Giants on the road. So if you want to take the Bears minus something like 12.5 today, I think it's fair game. I went ahead and put them as one of my 3 primary team plays in a 3-game, my weekly 3-game parlay with the alt line. The Bears are in it, minus 12.5 at plus 280. I signed up for that. So we'll be rooting for that all day long. And I think it's just more or less a death of bludgeoning. You might get some decent Swift numbers. You might get some decent Monangai numbers for sure. Talk about Dave Delgrandy maybe going ahead and taking both of them. It looks like Swift is starting as his number went up to 51.5 now, and Monangai is down to 46.5. Loveland, we've been talking about him for a couple weeks. We're going to start to see Loveland get involved more. And sure enough, he has, right? He's been a nice play, so we hopped on him basically at the right time. In fact, good enough to where we can play him again today with his baseline at just 25.5 yards. So he'd be another guy you could stretch up to like 40 or 50 yards. It's going to be the short passing game in the wind today. So that gives you opportunity, I think, still with the tight ends. Theo Johnson, we played on an alt number last night as well. We had our boy Eric in town, and we had him pick 4 random tight ends that he had no idea about. And Theo Johnson was one of them. So we'll have to try to ride that. My man Luther Burden III is all the way down to 12.5. Cole Kmet's 9.5. All right, Zacchaeus 28.5. You'd hate to try to get some of these receivers to get super high numbers, and they're all fairly low. Adunze is at 52.5. Rome Odunze kills me literally killed me in my guillotine leagues last week in a game in which the Bears scored 47 points. Rome Odunze with a 0.0.
Wow.
Yeah, how disappointing.
I hate when that kind of stuff happens.
Enough to kill me in guillotine by 12 points. If he just has his modest day, then we're probably good to go.
Well, it's like that game the other night. You take like 3 touchdown scores in a same game parlay, and none of the touchdown scorers score. It's maddening.
DJ Moore, 41.5 yards. I'd be concerned about the wind in the air. I mean, if it's going to be real bad, then, 3 touchdown passes just isn't happening.
Right.
Plus 580 for Dart. Caleb Williams is at plus 370. Both of these guys capable of rushing. The baseline for Caleb, 17.5. Dart, 36.5. So his number's up a little bit. Caleb's someone you could put on some sort of a alt line today, especially if it's windy and crazy. You still got some space after you try to spread them out as decoys, your receivers as decoys or whatever, maybe designed running plays at the end of the day for the quarterbacks. Let's see here. Touchdown scores today. I would take a look at the Giants' alternate under. Or their team points under, at least. Let's see. That is at 20.5 today. I don't see how the Giants score 20.5, but I said that last week in their game against the 49ers. I don't know how this is an over game. 49.5. It sure enough went over, and they went over pretty fast, almost in a no chance type of fashion. I'm like, oh, great. When did Joe Montana and Phil Simms come back to life here in the Niners and the Giants game? But 20.5 in the win today. Too many points for me for the NYG. Touchdown scores in this game. Look at that. How about that for a wrap? Too many points for me for the NYG. DeAndre Swift plus 115 to score. Kyle Monangai plus 155. Rome Odunze plus 165. DJ Moore plus 185. Dart 2-1. Nice, right? If you think there's going to be some running. Rondell Robinson plus 230. Theo Johnson plus 240. Loveland is at plus 280. Singletary plus 350. He's worth mentioning because he's a running back. Caleb Williams plus 330. Luther Burden at plus 650. Anyone else? Gunnar Olszewski, who scored a couple weeks ago, 20-1. Jalen Hyatt, who Anthony loves to death, 27-1. So it's Bears for me or nothing. And I'll just take them on the alt line, I think, overall, generally. What do you got, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Bears at home in this game. Playing in the Windy City, right? So if it's going to be windy, my first thoughts here are going to be this game is going to be kept more to the ground in the run game. So I would take both quarterbacks, Steve, in their running props. I think you have room to move them. I think you could probably play both of them at 40 yards apiece. I have Swift listed. He was out last week, I'm pretty sure. Looking to be back today. So I love some Swift, plus 115 anytime, 6-1 for 2 touchdowns. You can sign me up for both of that. Then there's Monangai. Don't forget about him. He's still going to get some usage too. So maybe a little dump off pass. So maybe look at his passing props. The rest of it is kind of what it's been, Adunze and Moore and all the usual characters. Bears do have a good offense, right? They're stronger in the secondary than against the run, in my opinion. I think they're a little bit weaker to the run. So that would make a good case for Jackson Dart, Tyrone Tracy. So I would look at a lot of running props here today, Steve, but give me the Bears at home and what's probably going to be a rout.
Let's see here. The Colts leaving points on the field as they miss a 53-yard field goal short. How about that?
Interesting.
Yep, a short 53-yarder. So the score remains at 13-7, I believe.
13-7.
All right, and the Bears all line, I'll take the 12.5. All right, moving on. Next game on the board. As we are at 10:24 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I should save this one for the Ant-Man, maybe. Let's come back to this one in case he calls us up here. But we'll go to another. We'll hit a couple stinkies on the road here. How about in a row here? How about the Browns and the Jets? The Browns minus 2.5, 37.5. Again, the weather here. We got some wind, got some rain. Looks like an under. Myles Garrett should have Justin Fields running for his life. You would think that the Jets are demoralized, but the Browns played an over game against Miami. Dave, remember that? Back when we all thought it'd be an under,
right,
kind of crazy game, and Judkins went off. I expect him to go off today.
I do as well.
Jets defense.
Absolutely.
Minus 130 for a touchdown for him. Brees Hall is plus 165. Garrett Wilson 2-1. Justin Fields plus 230. Now the Browns are the favorite, yet 3 of the 4 favorites to score are on the Jets. Fandon Jr. plus 290. Judy 3-1. Mason Taylor 3-1. Mason Taylor's on our 50-yard tight end receiver list that we mentioned with Theo Johnson because basically our man Eric Miller throwing darts at a board coming up with these. And Njoku's plus 310. Tillman's plus 370. Tyler Johnson's plus 370 or 750. Dave, just like Houston and the Jacksonville Jaguars, just on the off chance that this game could be, it's going to be 10-3. I guess.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But I'll play a very small ticket that it goes super over just so I don't slap myself if it does. And I talked about it. Passing props today, Fields is going to pay a ton for 3 touchdown passes. They both are. Gabriel's plus 640. Fields plus 920. Rushing props. Fields at 37.5. I think he gets over that today. I do.
Yeah.
Because of that Browns defense. 6.5 for him. We talked about the art of making tickets. Brees Hall and his low receiving number. That's 13.5. You got to take a shot. Quinshon Judkins, he could see the ball through the air maybe. He hasn't yet, but just at 5.5 for him, I would love to incorporate him on some sort of like El Cheapo ticket to get over 5.5 receiving yards. Him and Henry would be a good one. 2 good ones to parlay together on receiving yards just by themselves. So I'll note that. And go ahead and give me a Tyler Algier touchdown, Atlanta, please. Please. Touchdown scores in this game. Tyler Johnson is at 9.5 for his receive yards. The new addition of Donnie Mitchell for the Jets, 7.5. How about that?
Ooh.
I mean, one man's trash is another man's treasure, as we've said before on this show. I mean, there's a few things on here that I could try to get down with.
Plus 950 for him to score.
Yep. Oh, is it really?
Yeah. And that's for one.
I think you put him on a Tootin type of ticket.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, when you're talking about round robining. All right, so we'll notate that. 2 touchdowns today. Judkins 5-1. I think that's not safe, but I think that's fair. 12-1 for Hall. Garrett Wilson 18-1. Fields 22-1. Jerry Jeudy 27-1. And Joku 30-1. Mason Taylor 30-1. Harold Fannin Jr. 30-1. Cedric Tillman 35-1. You know what, Dave? Let's go ahead and throw Justin Fields 22-1 in there.
All right, I like it.
Because I don't think anyone's going to have him on their ticket today. All right, so what do you like here? You like Judkins? What else do you
Yeah, I like Judkins today. I'm going to end up playing him for 2. He's going to be the ringer in that ticket. But I like the Browns to get it done on the road. I just think, well, it's hard to say that they're the better team. These two teams are maybe very similar in that aspect. Browns with a really strong defense, though. If they could just find some way to put some nice offensive outings out there, I think they'd be winning a lot more games. So, Steve, give me the Browns, maybe minus 5.5 over the Jets on the road, and give me some Judkins all day long today.
Michael Penix with an interception. How fitting for the Falcons. So we have Justin Fields and Woody Marks on our ticket right now. Just $2 for those two, pays $1,424. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
Not at all.
Both of those guys on the ticket. If we need to add a Bear and the Giant, let's look at the Bear guys. Loveland's 30-1. Do we add him?
Yeah, why not?
All right, this touchdown madness thing is a little interesting here. We say that every week. Again, the touchdown madness is our one ringer, maybe a semi-ringer or 2, and then some long shots of 2 touchdown scorers. Right now we have Colston Loveland, Justin Fields, and Woody Marks. And $1 for those 3 guys to score pays $22,002. How about that?
I like it.
All right, so we'll refresh that. We'll send that in for $1. I'll just beware of I'll beware of this game.
I would, yeah.
I'm playing the under at the end of the day. The weather conditions dictate it. I get it. Maybe you take 2 super alternate unders, like 27.5 points with the Browns, Jets, Texans, Jaguars. You might get that double whammy winner at home for you. But if you're going to do that, play them both on a super over too. And maybe you get one extreme or the other. All right, next game on the board. 5.5 for the Carolina Panthers, 38.5. Dave Delgrandy loves Rico Dowdle as maybe his best play of the week for 2 touchdowns. I don't see how he doesn't score a couple myself. The Panthers last week in victory against Green Bay. Bryce Young had 102 yards passing, and they never punted the ball. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about the running game? And here come the Saints, who just got rid of one of their better players. So you're wondering if the other players in the locker room are like, man, are they quitting on us already? So as much as the Saints were feisty a little bit, they're going to have to turn to this rookie again, who got got clobbered on the road last week at the Rams. A little bit easier opponent, but Carolina seems to be on a little bit of a mission themselves as they can find themselves right at the top of that division today, next to Tampa Bay. If Tampa Bay can lose on the road, we'll talk about them here in a minute or two. But Carolina, huge game for them in that regard. I like Carolina on the alt line here.
Absolutely.
Dave. So I paired them with the Bears on the alt line, and we'll take them at minus 12.5. I'm not going to trust any of the Bryce Young props. I don't even want to take him for rushing. I'm over it. 182.5 is his baseline. Tyler Shaw is at over 179.5. 3 touchdowns for Young is at plus 580. Shaw is at 11-1 for 3 touchdowns for him. I'm just going to trust this Rico Dowdle killing the opposition again.
Yeah.
I'm going to take him on his alt number. He's 92.5. I'm going to stretch him up to 125 or 150, maybe even. I'll take him for a couple touchdowns. In fact, I have I mainly played it hoping to get 2 of these guys to hit, but I have 7 guys who can potentially score 3 touchdowns on the round robin today. And I got Rico Dowdle as one of them. So Rico Dowdle for me and the Carolina Panthers role in this game. What do you like?
Yeah, Steve, I liked the Panthers in a really good spot at home today. It's Rico Dowdle, McMillan, and Hubbard and Leggett versus Kamara, Olave, Johnson. Weird to say, but I like the Dowdle team better. I think there's a little bit better personnel at this moment. They're playing better. They have the confidence. So give me all of that, Steve. And I think we're going to take a shot here. Maybe put it even in madness with Xavier Leggett for 2 touchdowns today. I have 40-1. You usually have a little bit better numbers than I do for 2 touchdowns, so you may have better. But I'm just going to put the trust in Carolina, knowing the spot where they're at right now. If they can just get Tampa to kind of trip up a little bit, they're going to be right there in contention. And if they win today, I mean, you're starting to think even wild card as well as the division. So give me the Panthers here to roll at home, Steve. Give me Leggett. Give me all the Dowdle. McMillan, I have him on fantasy. So give me some Panthers today, Steve.
All right. I kind of said the same thing about Leggett. I liked him better with McMillan out of the lineup, but he's in the lineup today. Taysom Hill's the one guy who can probably get 2 touchdowns today for the Saints. You would think if he gets involved decently enough. But you know what? We'll go ahead and throw your Leggett on there, Dave, only because I was thinking of that kind of yesterday myself. We had to have him somewhere. So might as well be in this game. Again, I think I liked him better with McMillan out, but we'll take our chances here. Now, we had a lot of Xavier Leggett in our life in the last 3 weeks.
This is true.
I'll say this. So if he comes up with a dud today, there's no more Xavier Leggett in my life. I'll just say that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
He's 55-1 for 2. That qualifies for madness. That's for sure.
Right.
Xavier Leggett 4-2. All right, I'll take the Panthers on the alt line. I'll pair them up with the Bills. I'm sorry, with the Bears. I probably can pair them up with the Bills as they're in Miami today, laying 9.5 and 49.5. Dave, is this a Buffalo bloodbath? What do you like?
Oh, man, yeah, I think it is. You still have Achane for the Dolphins, but I just got to wonder what the psyche is of that team, honestly. Then you have a juggernaut in the Bills coming into town. So this just looks like a spot for Buffalo to really kind of make a statement with a nice win last week against the Chiefs. So yeah, Steve, I mean, this is a Buffalo bludgeoning, probably 9.5. You may be able to move that even. I would maybe go to like 16.5 Give me Cook. I played Kincaid anytime at plus 175 for a touchdown. That's a nice number. You kind of, I feel like, have the options to do what you would like here with some of these players. Like I said, I just wonder about the Dolphins a little bit. Hard to see a scenario in which they come away victorious in this game, Steve. So give me anything you want to do with Buffalo.
We'll throw Josh Allen on our touchdown madness ticket as a ringer. I think that makes sense today. If we can, he's a very good candidate to get to, as is James Cook to me. Cook is plus 310, Allen plus 470. Waddle's been nice, 12-1 for him. Kincaid 16-1. Shakir is at 20-1. Coleman is at 22-1. Malik Washington 30-1. Jalen Wright is at 40-1. Come on, Atlanta. Let's get it deep down in there. I like it down to the 35-yard line are the Falcons as they get the ball back. Ollie Gordon 40-1 for 2. Miami played them tough last time out. But I think it's this. I think you're right, Dave. I think we can probably take Buffalo in a laugher, to be honest.
Right.
And let's see, our point total for Buffalo today, as I'll look at their team point over collectively, as opposed to trying to maybe pinpoint some guys. Let's just get them in a nice big collaborative effort. 30.5 is their baseline. Can they score 40 points today would be the question. If so, they're at plus 460. Give me the Bills alt line on their total points over today. And we'll take a shot on them to get to 40 points and a nice big payout. So maybe a Bears alt line, Carolina Panthers alt line, a Bills total points over is a good way to approach things on a nice team ticket if you wanted to. Well, yeah, that's the thing, guys. I mean, gambling 101 here, which we haven't done enough of this season. I kind of lose bases of our bread and butter. But gambling 101 is this. Player props can kill you right at an instant injury. You're done. But teams, you're still alive if your player gets hurt. Remember that.
True.
So always have some team stuff in your repertoire. Let's see. Passing props today in this game. Tua is at 217.5. Josh Allen, 231.5. Tua for 3 passes plus 450. Josh Allen for 3 passes is plus 240, but he could always run them into. So he's hard to get. Josh Allen can have 3 passes passing and then 2 rushing. He's done that before. So don't think that he can't. As Bijan, nice run. Do you feel like these referees always mark these guys short?
Yes, absolutely.
Every time? Yeah, it's crazy. Especially the first down marker. They never get it by this. They're always half a foot short. They're never half a foot past it.
Well, it's funny you say that. We were watching the LSU Alabama game, and quarterback scrambled, and he was touchdown. And he's hurt.
Drake, that's going to be Drake London with the touchdown pass.
Yep.
Which would be a little upsetting to me because it's not Tyler Algier. I was hoping he was going to drop that ball or get interfered with. All right. Receiving numbers. Who are some low hangers here we can maybe jump on? Dawson Knox, 10.5. James Cook, 9.5. Westbrook-Akine getting more and more involved. I'm going to have him on a ticket somewhere today.
Right.
17.5 for him. So I could see him getting his yards over. Malik Washington's 28.5. Keon Coleman, 33.5. Kincaid, 44.5. Achane, 32.5. Jalen Waddle, 66.5. You know what? Give me the Bills on their team points over. Give me a little Nick Westbrook-Akine on his team point, on his yards over. And then what's Akine for 1 touchdown today? 7-1. So he would fit right in on that ticket with Tootin And then with who's the other guy we had? Donnie Mitchell, right?
Are you gonna throw him in madness?
I will not throw him in madness, but we'll take him for one. But let's go over some madness. Let's go over some madness candidates here, as there's always a million things to do inside the studio with this show. Phone ringing, writing down bets, logging in bets on the phone while the phone's ringing. Breaking down the games. Here are our long shots. Curtis Samuel, 125-1. Ray Davis, 100-1. Elijah Moore, 80-1. Julian Hill, 100-1. There is Westbrook Akine, 100-1. Ty Johnson, 80-1. Palmer, 80-1. Greg Dolich, 80-1. Ollie Gordon, 40-1. 45-1 for Dawson Knox. 65-1 for the Bills defense. Jalen Wright, 40-1. Malik Washington, 30-1. Keon Coleman, 22-1. Waddle, 12-1. Kincaid, 16-1. Josh Allen, right? Plus 470 is a ringer.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll throw him in. All right, anything else on this?
Nope.
All right. Going through 1 o'clock's pretty good. Let's see. We got New England, Tampa Bay left. We have Baltimore and Minnesota. And that's it for 1 o'clock. That's
Really?
it for 1 o'clock.
Wow.
Let's do Baltimore, Minnesota. This is my fun game of the week.
All
48.5. I think we blow past this over under. I have this parlayed with the Bears and Carolina. I think this is a higher scoring game. Wentz is terrible, but McCarthy is not Wentz. He actually breathes life back into these wide receivers, and I think this could be a big day for Justin Jefferson. 70.5 for him is going to be way too light. Zay Flowers is at 68.5. That might be way too light. Both of these guys, if you wanted to parlay in for 100 or 125, if you want to do the Anthony's a touchdown and 100-yard bet, these two guys would be perfect for that today. Jordan Addison is at 49.5. Hawkinson is at 29.5. Andrews is at 32.5. Rashad Bateman over 29.5. I like Isaiah Likely over 25.5. Naylor is at 20.5. Justice Hill, I think I like that over 14.5. I'll take a shot on Derrick Henry over 4.5. Put him with the Junkins by themselves. Two guys who should not be getting receive yards. But, man, if they both get 20, that's going to be a nice payout for you. Just those two guys, not to do a lot. Aaron Jones at 16.5 today. Look at that. I think this is a green light game for all here. Passing-wise, you're not going to get much on the 3 touchdowns for Lamar, plus 210. 4 touchdowns, plus 700. McCarthy for 3 touchdowns, plus 370, I don't think is the worst bet in the world, to be honest. I think this is a ping-pong affair. I think we fly by the over-under here and, do some sort of a same-game parlay or two with receiving yards, get your 1 touchdown scores on here. You definitely get a couple on each side, I think. But I think this is a full green light to me, Dave. What do you like?
Absolutely, Steve. Ping pong affair, like you mentioned, 48.5. That's going to be too little. I think you can alt total that, so there's a good opportunity there. Give me some Mark Andrews anytime today. I love that play. Maybe yards as well. I think this game sets up kind of surprisingly enough to kind of pick your poison here. Like you said, McCarthy brings new life into this team. So much better last week than what we've seen with Carson Wentz. He is just really bad. McCarthy is not. So new life here for the Vikings. They're going to make this one interesting. Ravens have to have it. They're going to have a good effort as well. So, Steve, this is a green light special, in my opinion. So give me a little bit of everything, but I'm going to focus more so on Mark Andrews.
We're going to have to take 2 guys for touchdown madness in this game because I think this is the one where we had the best shot for 2 guys to score. So let's take Jefferson as a ringer.
All right.
And he's 9-1. And we both like Isaiah Likely, right?
Yep.
27-1 for him. Now, our ticket for 2 touchdowns each: Jefferson, Isaiah Likely, Woody Marks, Justin Fields, Colston Loveland, Xavier Leggett, Josh Allen. This is a ticket
That's a fun ticket.
Yeah. 25-cent legs.
How can you be mad at that?
Well, we can stop it now and get we can get paid out on the 4 legs.
All right, you wanna close it up?
Because we actually play 4 legs on this and really hit it home here. Let's see here.
Because we only have one game left that we can leave out off the ticket.
Yeah, yep. But we can also add it on and still play El Cheapo, at least the 3s.
Right.
One more time, in case that's what happens. But if we do this, we do. This is a $15 ticket, 25 cents on the 2-game parlays, 25 cents on the 3-game parlays, and 10 cents on the 4-game parlays. We'll get $150 on the average if we get 2. If we get 3, we're going to get about $3,500. Plus, we'll get the 2s hit. So about 4,000 when it's all said and done. And if we happen to get 4 of these guys on the average, we're looking at $30,000 plus another, $35,000 or so. So I think we play this as is, and we'll refire it back up. So that's 2 touchdowns each: Woody Marks, Justin Fields, Colston Loveland, Xavier Leggett, Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, and Isaiah Likely. I will charge that through.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
That is a fun one. All right, so we have that locked in. Let me reuse all these, and we'll add one more Patriot to the pile on this last 1 o'clock game with the Patriots and the Buccaneers. Game of the day to me. I mean, I've been excited for this all week. My Patriots, as we give the state of the union of the art of the Patriots at the moment in time. At this moment in time, we're 2.5-point underdogs, 48.5 the total, and this team has lost 2 games. They look well-rounded. Not everyone's going to be pretty. They're able to get by Atlanta. They're able to sit on the ball, and a lot of these wins, they're just sitting in victory formation. They're able to do that again last week. And here's a banged-up Tampa Bay team. I mean, I don't think we have Irvin in here, right? Let me see.
I do not have him listed.
I don't see him listed. We don't have obviously Evans is out. Godwin's still out after he came back. He's back out again. So again, limited with weapons here are Tampa Bay. And even I would love to see Booty on here for the Pats. We don't have him. So that makes things a little bit more interesting as far as who's going to get the distribution on the receiving end. Kind of why I like Travion Henderson a little bit more today, to get some running back receiving yards.
Right.
A little bit more opportunity. We do not have Ramondre Stevenson either. So both of these teams a little bit banged up offensively. The Patriots have a nice defense. At the end of the day, this is just a gut check game for both, and a good, solid game. Baker against Drake May. I mean, I would love to see both of these teams with all of their weapons, because I think we could get both quarterbacks to have 3 touchdowns passing today. Drake May for 3 is at plus 260. Baker for 3 is at plus 225. Just they're not paying enough for the injuries, I would trust Drake May over Baker in that regard. I do like Baker in his rush yards. How about this today for Baker Mayfield? And I played a quarterback rushing ticket already, but Baker Mayfield for 40 yards rushing is at plus 680 today. Plus 320 for 30 yards, 25 yards plus 220. If you want to get super conservative, plus 136 for 20 yards or more for Baker Mayfield. Your low hanger receiver numbers. Let's see. Kyle Williams, will we see him emerge today? He's been on the field a little bit more for New England. He's the rookie, 14.5. Austin Hooper, 12.5. There's Mac Hollins, 22.5. I think I like that over. So I'll note that for my own personal greed. Rashid White's 21.5. Hunter Henry, 35.5. Travion Henderson, 23.5. Cade Otton is at 41.5. Demario Douglas, 35.5. I like that over. Tez Johnson, 44.5. Let's see. Diggs, 55.5. I'd love to see Ibuka still have a big game, but he's going to have good coverage on him. We'll see how good Ibuka is today. This will be a good test for him. Litmus test all around in this game, kind of. Competitive game. Fun. I'll take the Pats to upset them because, you know what, they're on a roll, and I think they're going to bring a lot of fans to the stadium today. So a little bit more of a split crowd down there in Tampa Bay. And injuries concern me for Tampa Bay. Just give me New England to edge it out. Good game. I'd say it's something like 27-24 Pats. What do you like, Dave?
All right, Steve. Yeah, I could see it. But you know what? I'm going with the Buccaneers. I'm sorry to say. You still have Rashad White, Egbuka. I think, you know, again, you made a lot of good points. This is a test for both of these teams. But I think Egbuka, we've seen a good sample size up to this point. He is definitely somebody that I would trust. Yes, he's going to have good coverage, but good players make it happen, and I do believe he is that. You still have Cade Otton, and you have Tez Johnson, who has shown some flashes as well. So he is a target there for Baker Mayfield. And at the end of the day, as good as Drake May is, and he is good, and he's going to keep the Patriots in it for years to come. Second-year guy, you have Baker. We know who he is, what he can do. Very similar quarterbacks, actually. But I think I would trust Baker just a little bit more here. The Patriots, you know, they're showing you what you want to see, definitely. They're going to make this a good game. It's not going to be a blowout. The spread is probably very appropriate here at 2.5. But, Steve, give me Tampa at home today.
How about the Baker yards, Dave, rushing?
Oh, I love that. 40 plus, if you want to go that far with it, be my guest. I mean, what is 50?
It's good. Let's see. 50 yards for Baker today.
And he might have to with that Patriots defense. I mean, that's a good team over there in New England
plus
as well.
12, plus 1280.
I would go 40 to 50. I mean, I might even play them both in different tickets.
Wow. All right.
He might have to run, Steve. He might be under a little bit of some pressure there from the Patriots defense. And we've seen him do it before. It only takes a couple. So, you know, you're going to get big numbers out of it. It's a bit of a gamble. But I think it's worth playing in some tickets.
All right. Our main Touchdown Madness tickets wrapped up. But we're going to reset everybody, and we're going to play the threes one more time, adding a Patriot. I would add a Buccaneer, but we need to add a Patriot. And we'll do that with Mac Hollins at a nice 60-1. He might be worth a straight play, actually, for that.
Right.
All right, so we'll play the threes one more time.
Well, Drake May's rushing yards are probably in play today as well, too.
Yeah.
I think that's the same game right there, honestly.
Right. I think this is a good game. If you want to do a little bit of a same game parlay here, mix it with the Minnesota and Ravens game, go for it. We are at halftime, 14-13. We are done with our 1 o'clock games, and we are not even at 11 a.m. yet. But we're getting through our these games with good information. Though still, I mean, I got a lot of picks I still wrote down.
Oh, absolutely. There's
Here.
some work still to be done.
So we have 5 games left. Let's go ahead and take a commercial break. We'll stretch the legs out. And I'll cue up the Pie Tasters one more time here. And that will give us a few minutes to mess around. We'll be back after this, right around 11:05 Eastern. That gives everyone a little bit of a break. This is the Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Late games, night games still to come on this NFL Week 10, Nephew Dave.
Wow.
Sunday morning. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona knife. Never feel though I stayed all night. I got a right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world.
I'm excited for our madness thing.
Make you
Yeah.
understand.
I feel like that is some legs.
I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. And do the things we do. Stay all night. I I got it right. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay at all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night, I got it right. Each time I stayed all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all
Night. R.I.P. Todd.
This is the round robin. We are at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. How about that here on NFL Week 10? We've gone through the early slate, and now we'll go ahead and touch on the late slate. We are broadcasting live from our Deep End studios here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network here in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States. Nephew Dave joins me, Stephen Murray, as we go through the list of late games. Dave, I will say this. We have our first bad beat of the day.
Ooh.
And that is anyone who tuned in to watch the halftime show of the NFL game here in Berlin as the Kid Atari. Is that what it was?
Lardy.
The Kid Lardy was the halftime show. We've never heard of him. And my God, how awful that music was.
Well, there's probably a reason that we never heard
How
of.
do these people get record contracts? There's so many good bands like the Pie Tasters, right? What do you think the Pie Tasters would be if everyone in the world listened to the Pie Tasters? We might have world peace with everybody dancing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they have this buffoon out there on stage.
That was pretty bad.
All right. Let's get to it. The later games. The Ant-Man tied up for the moment. We'll give him his piece. He's a busy man on Sunday mornings. So we'll see if he joins us before we get out of here. The late games today will start in Seattle. We got a couple rematches here. The Cardinals and Seahawks are the first of it. Seahawks -7, 44.5. The Cardinals are like Seattle light to me.
Right.
And I think they're just outclassed here. I'll give the nod to the Seahawks to win this game by 10 points or more, I think. I like Jacoby Myers. I mean, I'm sorry, Jacoby Brissett. He's been one of my Patriot boys here in the past. But Seattle's rolling, man. I mean, they have something good going. You got a firsthand look of that Sunday night yourself. I mean, they look as good as any team.
Oh,
really.
absolutely.
So, to me, that's just a hard game for Arizona on the road. Much less the Giants are just kind of outclassed today on the road. The Saints are outclassed today on the road. I think the Cardinals are probably outclassed today on the road. So that would be a nice little alternative line for you guys. In fact, that's something I may have to play myself. Give me my man A.J. Barner over 27.5 yards catching today. Other low hangers are the running backs, Walker to third and Charbonnet, 6.5 and 7.5. Bam Knight will catch a ball, but he's at 11.5. DeMercado is at 8.5. I mean, pick your poison on those guys, but they're bound to ruin your day when the other one gets the yards you're looking for. Elijah Arroyo, 19.5, trending up slightly. Cooper Kupp, 23.5. He's done nothing. Zay Jones has done nothing, 13.5. Michael Wilson, he's done a little bit, 30.5. How do you not like Rashid Shaheed today? Coming from the same system, a couple defensive backs out for Arizona. You know what? Let's just throw in the ball deep a couple of times. Why not? 36.5 for Rashid Shaheed. We'll take the speedster with his yards over today. Harrison Jr. is at 56.5. McBride 62.5. Jackson Smith at 95.5 today. The touchdown scorer props. Actually, let's look at the quarterback props real quick. Darnold 257.5. Brissett 237.5. Darnold for touchdowns 3 is plus 225. Jacoby Brissett is plus 520 for 3 himself. We are underway in the second half of Atlanta and the Colts, and crossing midfield right off the bat are the Falcons as they have the ball first. Come on, Tyler Algier. Let's make this a nice celebratory moment here on the round robin in the next couple of minutes when you get your second touchdown. The Cardinals are just outclassed, Dave. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Oh, yeah. Way outclassed here, Steve. It's going to be too much on the road. Give it to me all. I love the Shaheed. I mean, you got to think he is probably just as happy as could be going from the Saints to now a playoff, maybe even a Super Bowl contender in the Seahawks. So plus 215 anytime, 17-1 for 2. I mean, it's whatever you want to sign up for. AJ Barner, little bit of a letdown versus Washington last week, but you know, it's not gonna be all home runs, right? So I think you can load back up on him this week. Shaheed, Walker, I wouldn't be afraid of any of that. But at the end of the day, Steve, I mean, this is we've got room to move from 7 to 13.5 or maybe 16.5 as well. So we've got a good opportunity for an alt spread here with the Seahawks. It's just too much for the Cardinals on the road.
Tyler Algier may have just gotten his 20 yards or more. I think he was at. He got 5 yards. So he might have broken it already, or he's at 19. Let's just check real quick. Because that's a pick we gave out earlier on the show. We just want everyone to know where they stand with that. He's got 26 yards. So he's in the books for you if he took 20 yards or more.
Check the box.
Congratulations.
I like it.
Giving out good picks on this show here, Dave. How about that? Give me a Seahawk here for 2 touchdowns, Dave. I mean,
all right, let's
you want to take it with Shaheed?
Yeah, why wouldn't we? I mean, he just brings another, dynamic to that, which they kind of already had with what JSN is doing. I mean, he's basically unstoppable right now. So they're real dangerous now with the speed of Shaheed. So yeah, throw him in there.
Looking for Kyle Pitts in the end zone, knocked away at the last second. 4th and 5. Disheartening. I really want a touchdown there. Can we get some interference, please, in the end zone? Let's see here. Trying to plug in a new 2-touchdown late ticket, and we'll throw Shaheed on there. And again, he is at 18-1. Yeah, so give me all the Shaheed stuff. Let's keep it simple.
Yeah.
Shaheed stuff and the Seahawks on the alt line. Dave, go ahead. Give us the next game.
All right, next game. Well, on my board, that would be Detroit and Washington. So let me pull that up. We'll go State of the Union, I reckon, Steve. You lose this game, and that's really pretty much it. It's just been a year full of injuries and mistakes. I've got to wonder. So I got some coaching questions here, especially why was Jaden Daniels in that game so late? You're just asking for trouble. Luckily, it's not going to require surgery or anything like that. So he'll be out a little bit. They'll going to evaluate after the bye to see what he looks like. You still want to get him some reps, even though the season has really just unraveled, and the wheels have fallen off in every sense of that term. So it's going to be tough. I mean, Mariota's in there. We'll see what Burks can bring. See if he can kind of get to form, and the offense will still be able to put up some points. But that defense, man, I don't know if bringing the defensive coordinator from the booth to the field is really going to make much of a difference. That's what they're going to try this week. So we'll see. Really tough spot for Washington. It is at home, but the way that defense has been playing, and just all the injuries that have amounted and piled up this year, it's just hard when your starting cast is out and you're asking these backups to play the time that they don't usually play. So really just tough with injuries and everything. It is what it is. We'll retool, try and get it right, and get everybody healthy for next year. So we'll see, Steve. The Commanders at home, but tough spot against what a very offensive team could be bad for the Washington defense.
All right. I don't want to fall sucker to. I love the Lions. I love playing the Lions. This is a game that they should win handily. But why do I just have this gut feeling that Mariota is able to keep this thing close? Maybe that's him running the ball on the ground. I'm going to take a shot at Mariota rushing yards today. I'm going to throw him on my list. And he's been a little dormant in that regard too, right? When he rushed, he really hasn't been killing it on the ground.
No, but he can, though.
I think, and then they need to.
And yeah, it's going to have to be part of the game plan.
So 27.5 is a good baseline there to stretch it up, I think. So I'm going to trust in that. I think Gibbs definitely gets some more passing attempts. Leaving him out of the passing game is not a good equation for Detroit. They're much better when they get him involved in the passing game as well. So give me some Gibbs receiving yards, which is at 20.5 now. So that's low. And Mariota with his rushing yards, I think is a good play as well.
Really good opportunity for props in that game.
I think this game probably goes over 48.5 points.
Yeah,
I think the Lions can score their own. And I think we'll get some points out of Washington today too. So give me the over in your Commander game. And then I'll take, like I said, the quarterback, rushing, Gibbs, receive. And I think to pair with Shaheed, I think we need to put Jahmyr Gibbs with him.
All right.
Honest. Which those two alone right now would pay just short of $1,000 if you put $10 down.
Oh, that's not bad.
So 50 cents wins you $50. 2 touchdowns for Shaheed and Jahmyr Gibbs. All right, so we'll add on to the, with this Ram game coming up. Dave, I mean, can your boys contend here?
Well, in which one?
In your Commander game.
I would like to say yes, Steve, but with the sample size that they've given us with the last losing streak they're on, I just don't see how, Steve.
All right, if this is going to be an over game, you might get some yards out of the El Cheapos here. McNichols, who killed me last week, is the only guy who did nothing for me.
Yeah, that hurt. Yeah.
13.5 is his. Tesla is at 5.5. Moore 17.5. Montgomery 9.5. Jalen Lane 27.5. Gibbs 20.5. Those are all your low ones. St. Brown 77.5. Debo does not do well as the number one, 56.5. These young guys need to step it up.
They do.
And it's got to be part of the legs today of Mariota, I think, to stay in this game. I could be talking to the Lions. Instead of laying the points with the Lions, I think take their team points total over. And if we're going to play that game as well, where Washington is able to score. Because at the end of the day, Detroit has made some good plays on defense. But I don't know if we're all convinced that they are a legit defense. Weird spot for them on the road here. Let's see here. Why am I passing all this? All right, never mind. I'm lost, Dave. Anyway, I had 2 touchdowns for this game. Yeah, I think it's just Gibbs.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet.
All right, so it looks like Atlanta got a turnover now.
What's happening
in
fumble.
this game? So both of these teams now have a hit from behind on the quarterback for a fumble, and the Falcons, another chance for them. All right, let's see. 49ers and the Rams. We can pick 2 guys out of this game for our touchdown madness. And pulling this game up on the odds are giving me a hard time over here too, Dave.
Are they?
Yeah, trying to flip around. 5.5 now for the Rams. 49.5 now is the total. So this line is going up in favor of the Rams. Niners won on the road last time, Dave. But maybe the Rams just ran out of time. It was a fun Thursday night game. For whatever reason, Shanahan knows McVay well. Good coaching matchup. Should be another fun game between these two. Del Grande said beware of the weather, but it looks like it's going to be 80 degrees and a full green light. I think I love me some Puka, and I think I love me some Ed McCaffrey. Let's keep it simple, right?
Yeah, that kind
Christian
of
McCaffrey, not his dad, Ed McCaffrey.
that seems to be the theme, Steve, of the late window. Is let's really just not try and get too cute with this. You could sprinkle in some Adams though too if you wanted. I feel like
he's been on fire. He's been as hot as any receiver, getting 2 touchdowns left and right. Does he do it again today? It's interesting. Maybe we take him over Puka. He's plus 460. Devontae is at 5-1. McCaffrey's at plus 390. Your higher odds, longer odds. Kittle is 11-1. Kyron Williams plus 550. Jennings 22-1. Kendrick Bourne 45-1. Higbee 30-1. Demarcus Robinson, could it be the revenge game for him? 80-1. Terrence Ferguson 80-1. Demarcus Robinson might be worth a straight bet later.
Right.
Just for the hell of it. As I'll mark that down. But I think I like the receptions too, Dave. Here's a good angle for just catches. So Christian McCaffrey, his baseline, 6 catches is minus 144. This line's actually moved now. 8 catches for McCaffrey is plus 220. Man, that seems like a lot. I'd rather just him take the yards and hope for the best on that. So this line moved on me. Let's see if this one did too. It did. Puka's line moved as well, up to 8 now at minus 130. So these guys have gained a whole catch. I was getting good alt numbers on Puka and McCaffrey earlier in the week, no longer. But I just think they both have a good game today. If you wanted to try to take them both for 2 catches, or 10 catches, but maybe just both for 2 touchdowns.
Right.
But I'll throw them both on the madness ticket with the other 2 guys we have working right now. Why not?
And the receptions have been a fun way to play too. Have had several tickets, and we'll probably have 1 or 2 of those reception tickets today too. So a good way to play, not have to maybe worry about yardage so much, and you know these guys are going to get their use. So definitely receptions a good way to play with some of the personnel in this
and
one.
especially if they're getting it back to back on 3-yard catches,
Right.
stuff like that. There's no, you talk about like your feelings in gambling, and when you have those euphoric moments of achievement, and the catches is one of those that instifies that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You can get those quick without the yards, but all it takes is that 1 catch and the 1 or 2 broken tackles, and there you are, 50 yards down.
Absolutely.
So that's how that game plays.
That is how that game plays.
All right, so we're throwing McCaffrey and Puka. This is going to be a short shot of touchdown madness. This is almost not touchdown madness, but touchdown genius this in the 4 o'clock window. Rashid definitely the long shot at 18-1. But, I mean, is anyone going to be shocked if McCaffrey, Gibbs, or Nakua gets the 2 touchdowns?
No, not at all.
All right. I think this is a good, fun game. You know what? I'll take a shot on the over here, 49.5. We talked about this being an under game with Del Grande, but something about when these two teams meet, weird stuff happens, and it usually means more points. I feel like there's more offensive highlights than defensive highlights between these two at the end of the day. So this is going to be an interesting late window, especially if Seattle covers and that's an over, and these other 2 games go over the total, and like Detroit covers. I mean, that's going to be a bloodbath for the sports book.
Yeah, it should be an over late window.
Do you really see that? Like,
yes.
Could you really see favorites in the over in all these games?
Absolutely. Definitely. The Washington can help out with some. You know Detroit's going to get theirs. The only thing, Steve, that maybe hinders us with a all over ticket in the late window is, are the Cardinals going to be able to help that cause? Because the other 5 teams are definitely going to get some points. Can the Cardinals help?
Well, instead of doing your if you do your round robin parlay or whatever you do on this, take 2 things. Take Seattle minus the points, alternate, and then the Seattle team points by themselves.
Yeah, yep.
And that way it's either or. You cover your bases on both of it.
Right.
Because likely if this game's going to go over, the Seattle's going to get theirs anyway. All right, so that's a good ticket. We'll put one more guy on out of this late game with the Steelers and the Chargers. Chargers 2.5, 44.5. David, tonight's game, you like anything here?
Fun game. I think this should be a good Sunday night game, honestly.
Can we get good old Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert shootout? I think we could.
I think so. And I think this game stays around the spread, too. I don't feel that either one of these teams really kind of pull away from each other in this contest here. So if you wanted to get a good number, I would maybe go 5.5 for either team on an alt spread. It's not going to be exactly the biggest number, but if you wanted to play an alt spread, I think that's where I would go to try and keep things manageable here. I don't know, Steve, if the Steelers defense plays anything like they did last week, 45.5 might be tough to get to. Same with the Chargers defense if they can step up. So I think there's a lot of what ifs here, but I think this is tight and it stays around the number.
If you're looking for receivers to take advantage of with their receive yards, my man Roman Wilson. My man Roman Wilson. Say that 10 times fast. My man Roman Wilson. My man Roman Wilson. My man Roman Wilson. Over 9.5 is a very cheap number for him.
Yes.
So, use him for his over yards in a bet with maybe Mac Hollins and his over yards in the bet. Put him for a touchdown with that Tootin ticket, with that Adonai Mitchell ticket. One guys just to get one, of random guys. There's all kinds of things you can build throughout the day and just try to have that one capper at night. It's good to go into the night game where you just need one thing to happen for a big winner. You don't have to get overly invested in the night game either, trying to win. You're like, all right, I can play this live if my thing's not working out.
Right.
So try to set yourself up for a night winner as well. I know people like to group things at the certain time slots.
Look at that, Steve. They got the wave going on in Berlin.
And, our touchdown madness tickets, if we were smart, we would just spread it out throughout the day instead of doing a 1 and a 4. Play some things throughout the day. You want to play, if you want to play 5 things, and that's all you want to play for the weekend, make sure they're the 5 best plays on the board. It doesn't matter what time that they are. All right? Don't make them all at 1 o'clock. Just try to find things that are I like the Puka catches for one. All right. I like Justin Herbert for 3 touchdowns for my other pick. All right. Whatever the case may be. So spread it throughout the day if you have to. It's smart to do that, I believe, as well.
Right.
Let's see. 2 touchdown scores in this game. We need to come up with one more. I'll give me the over. Why not? I'll talk myself into it. This is why we do this show mainly as well. That's for ourselves. We kind of learn as we go along. Sometimes things don't kind of click until the last second. To me, this looks like every bit of what could be an over game on a Sunday night. And beautiful SoFi Stadium, nonetheless. Right.
Right. Absolutely. Yep.
2 touchdowns today to add on to these guys at 4 o'clock.
How about Gadsden?
14-1.
Yep.
All right, we'll throw them on there. Arade Gadsden 2.0. The guy I thought was his dad who played for the Dolphins 20 years ago. I was like, man, this guy's still been around in the league this long. 14-1. We'll add him on to Shaheed, Nakua, Gibbs, McCaffrey. That's a round robin of fun. My phone is getting ready to die. So we'll throw this in real quick.
Well, good timing anyway. We're right at the end.
And if we throw in $5, we'll win $22,000. How about that?
All right.
We'll count on them to hit 3 to get a payout here. But that would be a nice average of about $300 at the end of the day. Let's see here. All right, and we have one last game, the Monday night game, which, as always, for the most part, I don't have any real thoughts of at the moment. I mean, it's again, things just kind of come to you late. It's 2 good teams. It's in the cold weather venue. Maybe the under is the play tomorrow night, to be honest. Sounds like it could be an under game.
I think it could be, especially with some of the pieces that the Eagles picked up defensively too.
Let's play the under tomorrow night.
All right.
And then play some under on the props together. And then see if we can't come home with a good Monday night winner when everyone's betting all kinds of overs in the cold weather of Green Bay, Lambeau Field. Here goes Ty Warren running down the field, surely after a catch for him. So much for Atlanta shutting down tight ends, as we've seen Warren now a few times running down the field. Let's take a quick look at the live odds on some of this stuff. Right now, the live line is the Colts -2.5, 50.5. And we are definitely on the slower stream, so you may be ahead of us. But the Colts are approaching the red zone, at least from our perspective. Let's see, receiving yards right now. London has 72. Pittman has 9. Kyle Pitts 25. Ty Warren 52. So he's over his total. How about Bijan Robinson -4 on his receiving yards?
Right.
Alec Pierce 84. Jonathan Taylor 42. Good day for him. Rushing the ball, Jonathan Taylor has 87 with a quarter left to play. Now is 90. Bijan 59. Algier 26. Man, we would love one more Algier touchdown to cap off a 2-touchdown score ticket for us. All right, Dave, let's go ahead and cue up the best sounder in sports. How about that?
All right.
And this will be our as much touchdown score tickets as we have playing the Madness. We have our primary ones we've already done as well. And just our favorite overall for the most part.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
Again, these referees, it looks like Taylor has a first down, and here he is marked a whole yard short. You know?
Yeah. It's becoming a trend.
But and the delayed handoff we hate. We hate that delayed handoff in the backfield as the Colts are trying to get a first down with 4 yards to go. That's sell the hard run,
Right.
and Daniel Jones keep it around the end. You might score. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. 4th and 1.
Now it's 4th and 1. We don't even get a review of the spot, which is questionable at best. But Taylor gets it.
He got it that time.
First down and goal for the Colts. They try to take the lead. All right, Dave, your 2 touchdown scores.
All right, 2 touchdowns. We're going to go with Jacoby Myers today. A little DeAndre Swift in there against the Giants. Quinshawn going to have a big day versus the Jets. And then we're going to give it a shot, the long shot here of Xavier Legette versus the Saints.
All right. I'm sitting on a Tyler Algiers a straight up ticket. I'm going to take straight up today. A chance on let's see. Demarcus Robinson, in no particular order, but Demarcus Robinson is going to get a revenge game bet today. 49ers maybe a couple tricks up in their sleeve, trying to take advantage of using him. Is there another tricky guy that I kind of like? Real under the radar. I think Taysom Hill's an interesting one from the Saints' perspective for 2 touchdowns. I think in this Ravens-Vikings game, you could have any number. I think you take Justin Jefferson for 2 and you parlay him on 3 different bets with 2 guys. And you put Flowers, Likely, and maybe Derrick Henry in all of those. I mean, is a Justin Jefferson, Derrick Henry bet the worst thing in the world?
Not at all.
Let's see. I like Josh Allen for 2. I like Travion Henderson for 2. I'm going to give 2 to Shaheed. Why not?
Yeah.
In the new uniform. And we have him on our late ticket. Gibbs, always a candidate for 2. McCaffrey, why not? Always a candidate for 2. Let's ride the train with Puka. And, I think we got to Alec Pierce inside the 5 now. I think he got it, like you said, Devontae Adams, we got to throw him on a ticket somewhere for 2. All right, your best bets besides that.
All right, Steve, we'll go with this one. We got a lot more to fire in here. As we are not as fired up as we usually are, so I got some work to do here in the hour window to the games. But Steve, we'll go with a quarterback rushing ticket today. We're gonna have Lamar for 50. Then we're gonna have Baker and Drake May for 40 apiece. Dueling runs there. That's a 15-1 number same game parlay. Interesting there. And then another same game. So we got a little same game X here. That's what they call it on this book. Caleb Williams, 25 rushing yards. That should be achievable. And Jackson Dart, Steve, for 40 yards rushing.
This game was flying over with the Colts and the Falcons in the first quarter with 20 points. Here they are late in the third quarter now with the Colts stymied on 4th and 2. A Jonathan Taylor option does not work. And he is tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Falcons take over at their own 5. Just 30 points scored in a 17-13 lead for Atlanta. They had 20 points at the end of the first quarter, Dave, and just 10 points since. How about that? I said this game's going to get 1 million points at this rate.
Yep. Well,
I didn't say this.
That's what we thought.
They're gonna get it. Is that my man Tyler Algiers? I need him to get to 40. That's Bijan. Okay. All right. We're on the watch list for 40 yards for Algiers now, as the Falcons try to milk a lead home. They could get it on this drive. Let's hope so. Best bets for me. Let's look at the teams first. Okay. Do 2 tickets. Super unders and super overs for just these 2 by themselves. Don't group them with anything else. Texans and the Jaguars, Jets and the Browns. Super under and super over. Maybe you get one of the 2. Bears on the all line. Ravens, Vikings over 48.5 and more. Take it to mid 50s. Carolina on the all line, minus 12.5. Bears minus 12.5. Give me the Bills on their team points. We'll give them a shot to get the 40 against the Dolphins on a nice, beautiful day. We'll take the Patriots in a straight up outright win. We'll lay the points with Seattle, and we'll take the Seattle team points over. We'll take a shot on the over with the Rams and the 49ers. And we'll take an over in the Chargers and the Steelers. Those are all good team plays. My $1,000 bet to win $1,000 on a point spread bet, which is 6-2 on the season. Loser last week with Green Bay minus 13.5. And today, go ahead and give me the Chicago Bears minus 4.5 over the Giants on your $1,000 to win $1,000 bet. The Bears are minus 4.5 as they're very live to win that division at long odds right now, as discussed earlier. If you do a division parlay, the Bears, Chiefs, and the Seahawks right now pays 50-1 odds to win their divisions. So take note of that. I think your fun same game parlay game of the day is the Ravens and Vikings. Play all those guys over, mix and match, have some fun. But a big day for Jefferson yards wise. I took him super extreme. He would be my best bet, as good as anybody for 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns or even 3 touchdowns today against the Ravens defense, who will give it up to him. I expect the Ravens to move the ball as well. So just points galore there. Don't be shocked if there's 40 points in the first half of that game. It's like 21-21 or something like that. I'm going to take a shot at quarterback rushing yards to an extreme. Give me Lamar for a ton. Give me Josh Allen for a ton. We haven't had that combo in a long time of just those 2 quarterbacks getting a lot. Let's get it for them today on the road in games that they must have. I like Dave's idea of putting May and Mayfield together. I threw Mayfield in with the other 2 guys I just mentioned. I think Justin Fields has a shot to rush a lot today, as does our man at Washington, Marcus Mariota. Take the Gibbs receive yards. That's going to be a bigger bet. Puka receive yards. McCaffrey receive yards. Shaheed receive yards. Mac Hollins receive yards. Let's see here. Likely receive yards. Bateman receive yards. Flowers, Jefferson. All right. And try out Xavier Hutchinson for the Texans. A super low number for him. Let's try to get him over. Take Derrick Henry and Quinshawn Judkins over their receive yards by themselves. And other running backs you can take a look at. Tyrone Tracy, I think, is on the list. I think you put Travion Henderson on that list. I think you put McCaffrey on that list. Gibbs on that list. And there you go. There are a bunch of picks for you. All right, Dave.
All right.
A lot of fun. Week 10's in the books. How about that already?
Flying by, Steve. We are flying.
So we get done a few minutes before 12. It helps. Excuse me. Helps not having the Ant-Man, but we wish him to feel a little bit better. It also helps that we have this morning game and a game under the books already, and also the 4 teams who are on the bye week as well. All right, so we'll set up the studio, the sports lounge here, and we'll try to have a good day. Hopefully, winning tickets, Nephew Dave. You feeling good about it?
I think so. We got some interesting stuff going on here.
All right, we'll try to make it back-to-back weeks for me and Dave. The Ant-Man losing just once this season. And I guess we're all losers. We don't have his input for today.
Right.
He sent me a couple of things. Trust me, he'll be sucking everyone's D who he loves. Justin Jefferson. I can guarantee he loves him today. All right, Dave. Good luck.
All right.
All right, guys. Tuesday night, What the Puck is Going On? 6 o'clock Eastern.